Ascendant carnivorous librarian deep within the labyrinth, Lysandra shifted once more into her fearsome beast form, claws scratching against cold stone walls. The library's labyrinthine halls echoed with her growls as she struggled to control her newfound strength and hunger. A soft rustling caught her attention, and a familiar figure stepped out from the shadows. Elysia, another beast like herself. "You are not alone," she said, her voice barely audible. "Who are you?" Lysandra demanded, snarling. Elysia approached cautiously. "I am one of the last beasts left in this place. We must stick together if we wish to survive." Lysandra hesitated, torn between her instincts and her desire for companionship. "Why should I trust you?" she asked, her voice filled with suspicion. Elysia sighed. "Because I understand what it's like to be different, to struggle against the weight of our new forms." She extended a hand towards Lysandra, who hesitated before taking it. Together they walked deeper into the labyrinth, their footsteps echoing in the dim light. As they ventured further, they encountered obstacles that required cooperation and quick thinking to overcome. A collapsed tunnel necessitated teamwork to climb over it, while a narrow passageway forced them to navigate carefully to avoid falling off a precipice. With each challenge, Lysandra found herself growing more confident in her abilities, grateful for Elysia's guidance. But their progress was not without danger. A roar echoed through the halls, and they turned to see a fearsome beast charging towards them. The creature was larger than either of them, with razor-sharp claws and a snarl that sent shivers down their spines. Lysandra braced herself, ready to defend herself and Elysia if necessary. But as the beast drew closer, it suddenly skidded to a halt, baring its teeth in a snarl before collapsing onto the ground. Elysia rushed to the beast's side, tending to its wounds. "He's been poisoned," she said, her voice filled with concern. "By someone who wants us dead." Lysandra stared at the unconscious beast, feeling a strange sense of protectiveness towards it. "We can't just leave him here," she said, her voice determined. Elysia nodded in agreement. Together they carried the wounded beast to a nearby chamber and tended to its wounds, using their knowledge of healing herbs and potions to help it recover. As they worked, Lysandra couldn't help but wonder who was behind this attack and what they wanted with the beasts of the labyrinth. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting eerie shadows across the labyrinth's winding paths. Lysandra and Elysia had found refuge for the night in an ancient chamber filled with towering shelves stacked high with dusty tomes. As they lay down to rest, Lysandra couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. "Do you think it's safe here?" she asked Elysia as they settled in for the night. Elysia looked around, her sharp eyes scanning the dim chamber. "This place has been standing for millennia," she said with a confidence that soothed Lysandra's worries. "I doubt anything will bother us here." Lysandra sighed, laying down beside Elysia. The thought of sleep brought a sense of peace to her weary mind, but the fear still lingered deep within her heart. She closed her eyes and allowed herself to drift off, hoping that tomorrow would bring more answers about their journey and the mysterious organization hunting them. The night passed without incident, and as dawn broke, Lysandra awoke to the sound of scurrying footsteps echoing through the labyrinth. Her heart raced as she sat up, alert to danger. Elysia stirred beside her, sensing something amiss in the air. "Do you hear that?" Lysandra whispered urgently. Elysia listened intently, her ears twitching at the sound. "Yes," she said with a growl. "I think they're close." Lysandra glanced around the chamber, searching for a way out, but there was none. Panic surged through her veins as she realized their predicament. There was no escape. A loud crash echoed through the labyrinth, followed by the sound of heavy breathing. Lysandra tensed as the intruder neared the chamber, the floor shaking beneath their feet. Elysia stood up, her muscles rippling with tension. "We have to fight," she said firmly. "We can't let them take us alive." Lysandra nodded, steeling herself for the impending confrontation. She could feel the adrenaline coursing through her veins as they prepared to defend themselves against their unknown attackers. The chamber door burst open with a loud crash, revealing Aldrich, leader of the powerful organization seeking to harness Lysandra's power. He stood tall and imposing, his eyes gleaming with malice. Beside him was a group of armed guards, their weapons poised for attack. "I've been looking forward to meeting you," Aldrich said, sneering at Lysandra. "Now we finally have the chance to discuss your cooperation." Lysandra stood up, her heart pounding in her chest. She could feel the rage building within her, threatening to break free and consume her entire being. With a roar, she lunged at Aldrich and his guards, unleashing her newly discovered strength. The fight that ensued was fierce, with Lysandra and Elysia battling against Aldrich's forces. They fought with a ferocity born of survival, their claws tearing through armor and flesh as they defended themselves. Despite the odds, they managed to hold their own, refusing to submit to Aldrich's demands. As the battle raged on, Lysandra could feel something shift within her. Her senses became sharper, and she felt a surge of power coursing through her veins. She realized that this was more than just instinct, it was evolution. As the last of Aldrich's men fell before them, Lysandra knew that she had reached a new stage in her transformation. With Elysia by her side, they emerged victorious from the chamber, their spirits renewed and their resolve stronger than ever. The labyrinth was treacherous and full of danger, but they were no longer just survivors. They were warriors fighting for their freedom. As they ventured deeper into the maze, Lysandra felt a newfound confidence within her, knowing that she had discovered something truly remarkable about herself. Ascendant carnivorous librarian. As dawn broke, the air was thick with tension. Lysandra and Elysia shared a moment of silence, knowing that every step they took brought them closer to confronting Aldrich. They ventured deeper into the labyrinth, guided by the flickering glow of their torches. The labyrinth twisted and turned, revealing ancient chambers filled with knowledge, remnants of forgotten civilizations. As they walked, Lysandra couldn't help but feel a strange connection to these relics of the past. The dusty tomes and crumbling statues seemed to whisper secrets that echoed in her mind, urging her to unlock their mysteries. Suddenly, a sudden burst of light illuminated an enormous chamber before them. At its center stood a towering bookshelf, filled with ancient scrolls and dusty manuscripts. Elysia's eyes widened as she gazed upon the sight, her excitement palpable. "This is it," she whispered, awestruck. "The hidden library." Lysandra nodded, her heart racing at the thought of what they might find within its walls. They approached the bookshelf cautiously, careful not to disturb anything. As they perused the texts, Lysandra felt a strange energy coursing through her veins. The ancient knowledge seemed to resonate with her newfound form, and she could sense that there was something specific she was meant to learn from this hidden library. As she thumbed through the scrolls, one particular text caught her eye. It was bound in leather and adorned with gold filigree. Intricate symbols and runes covered its surface, and Lysandra felt a strange compulsion to read it. As she opened the book, the air seemed to grow colder, and a chill ran down her spine. The text spoke of ancient beasts, creatures born from magical energies that once ruled the world. It spoke of their power, their purpose, and the delicate balance they maintained with humanity. Lysandra felt an inexplicable connection to these beings, as if she were one of them. The words seemed to echo in her mind, answering questions she didn't even know she had. As she read on, she discovered that her transformation was no accident, it was intentional, part of a plan created by an ancient order of scholars who sought to prepare humanity for the coming apocalypse. The text revealed that Lysandra was one of many who would undergo this transformation, each one destined to become a powerful beast capable of surviving in a world that would soon be overrun by darkness. Lysandra felt a surge of anger and betrayal. This knowledge had been kept from her all along. She closed the book, her heart heavy with the weight of these revelations. Elysia looked up from another text she was studying, noticing Lysandra's distress. "What is it?" she asked gently. "What have you found?" Lysandra hesitated for a moment before sharing what she had learned. Elysia listened intently, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. When Lysandra finished, There was a long silence between them as they both absorbed the implications of this newfound knowledge. "We must find out more," Alicia whispered finally. "Who created these texts? Who is behind this order? We can't let them control our destinies." Lysandra nodded, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. She knew that the answers they sought were hidden within the labyrinth, and she was determined to find them. Together, they would confront those who had sought to manipulate their lives and fight for their freedom. Lysandra and Alicia's footsteps echoed softly through the dimly lit labyrinth as they moved deeper into the ancient library. The air was thick with the scent of dusty manuscripts and parchment. As they ventured further, Lysandra felt her heart race in anticipation. "I can feel it," she murmured to Alicia, a sense of power coursing through her veins. "The ancient texts have awakened something within me." Alicia's eyes narrowed as she studied the library around them. "This place is filled with secrets, and I believe some of those secrets hold knowledge that can help us learn more about our transformations." As they moved through the labyrinth, Lysandra struggled to control her newfound strength and hunger. She found herself glancing at Alicia longingly, her eyes flickering with a primal hunger for a moment before she forced herself to focus on their mission. They finally came upon a room filled with ancient scrolls, their contents shrouded in mystery. As Lysandra approached one of the scrolls, it seemed to glow softly in response to her presence. Carefully unfurling the parchment, she began to read aloud. "The first beast was created from the essence of a great scholar named Elias." Alicia's eyes widened as they both realized the implications of their discovery. "We must find this Elias," she said determinedly. "Perhaps he can help us understand our transformations and learn more about the order that created us." As the two beasts ventured deeper into the library, they were unaware of the eyes watching them from the shadows. Aldrich's organization awaited their next move. The powerful leader was determined to harness Lysandra's power for his own gain, and he would stop at nothing to ensure her capture. Ascendant carnivorous librarian, the dusty air filled with a sense of anticipation as Lysandra and Alicia ventured further into the ancient library, their footsteps echoing off the stone walls. The golden filigree book nestled in Lysandra's arms, glowing faintly with an energy that seemed to hum beneath her fingertips. "We must find Elias," Alicia said, her gaze fixed on the scroll before them. "The first beast story is our key to understanding this transformation." Lysandra nodded, her heart pounding in her chest as she looked down at the book. She felt an inexplicable connection to it, almost as if it contained a part of herself. The air around them grew thicker, the energy palpable, and Lysandra could feel her powers surging within her. A sudden commotion echoed from deeper within the library, their hearts quickened at the sound. As they cautiously approached, they saw a group of hooded figures standing guard, eyes glinting dangerously as they surveyed their surroundings. "Aldrich's men," Alicia hissed, her fists clenching. "We must be careful." The two beasts moved silently through the stacks, staying hidden from the guards as they reached a room filled with ancient manuscripts and scrolls. The energy in the air grew stronger here, pulsing through Lysandra like a living thing. In this room, she felt a sense of purpose and destiny, her newfound power surging within her. As they searched the room for any clue to Elias's whereabouts, a sudden movement caught their eyes. A figure stood in the shadows, watching them intently. Lysandra stepped forward, her body tensing as she recognized Alicia's fellow beast from earlier in the labyrinth. "Zara," she said softly, her voice barely audible over the rustling of scrolls and the distant echoes of Aldrich's guards. "What are you doing here?" Zara emerged from the shadows, her eyes narrowing at the sight of Lysandra and Alicia. "I have my own reasons for being here," she said gruffly. "And I don't trust either of you." "You can trust us," Alicia replied, stepping forward. "We are seeking answers about our transformations, just as you are." Zara hesitated, her gaze flickering between the two beasts. She seemed to weigh their words carefully before speaking again. "I've found something that might help us all." the location of Ilias. Lysandra felt a surge of hope at the news. Then we must find him, she said firmly. We need to understand what has happened to us and take back control of our destinies. Episode 6. The ancient library's dimly lit corridors stretched out before them like a never-ending maze. Elysia, Zara, and Lysandra pressed onward, each with a sense of determination that belied their initial fear. We must find the golden filigree book, Lysandra whispered, her voice echoing off the dusty walls. It holds answers. Zara grunted in agreement. The fierce warrior had been a formidable force since joining their group, and she seemed to take comfort in the company of her new allies. Elysia, on the other hand, looked more uneasy than ever, but she followed close behind Lysandra, trusting in the bond they shared as fellow beasts. As they turned a corner, they were met with an eerie silence. A sudden stillness hung heavy in the air, and the once familiar scent of old parchment seemed to fade away. The only sound that broke the silence was the steady beat of their hearts. Ahead lay a long passageway, the walls covered in dusty manuscripts and scrolls, untouched for centuries. Lysandra's gaze fell upon one particular scroll as they passed by, its faded ink barely visible beneath layers of grime. She stopped abruptly, her eyes widening with recognition. This was written by a librarian, she breathed, reaching out to carefully unfurl the scroll. He spoke of the golden filigree book, and the ancient library's true purpose. Elysia and Zara exchanged glances before moving closer to read the words themselves. The librarian's account detailed a time when knowledge was power, and the library housed a secret curriculum to help humanity evolve into powerful beasts in preparation for an impending apocalypse. The scroll ended with a cryptic warning about the dangers of misusing such power. As they finished reading, they heard footsteps echoing through the labyrinth, growing louder and more insistent. Lysandra glanced over her shoulder, her eyes narrowing as she saw armed guards approaching. "We must move quickly," she growled, urging her companions to follow her down another corridor. The three beasts raced through the ancient halls, dodging traps and evading their pursuers. They could hear Aldrich's voice behind them, bellowing orders to capture or kill them. Finally, they reached a dead end, the way blocked by a massive stone door with intricate carvings of beasts and runes. Lysandra stood before it, her eyes glowing with determination. "This is where we were meant to be," she said, her voice steady despite her racing heart. She pressed against the stone door, and it slowly swung open, revealing a room filled with bookshelves and dusty scrolls. The golden filigree book sat atop a pedestal in the center of the room, its cover gleaming in the dim light. Lysandra stepped forward, her claws trembling as she reached for the ancient tome. As she touched it, a surge of energy flowed through her veins, sending a thrill coursing through her body. "We have found what we sought," Zara said, a hint of awe in her voice. Elysia nodded, her eyes shining with anticipation. The three beasts exchanged a glance before turning to face the approaching guards. Ascendant carnivorous librarian, the air within the labyrinth was thick with tension as Lysandra's heart raced, her muscles tensed beneath her furry exterior. The echo of armored footsteps grew louder, and she could feel the energy building around her. Elysia and Zara stood by her side, both ready to defend against the incoming guards. "We must be cautious," Lysandra whispered, her voice low but steady. "We don't know their numbers or abilities." Elysia nodded, her eyes focused on the approaching figures. "We can handle this, Lysandra. Together, we are strong." Zara's gaze was cold and calculating as she surveyed the incoming adversaries. "They won't stand a chance against us." As the guards rounded the corner, a tense silence fell over the group. With a swift, coordinated movement, Lysandra lunged at the nearest guard, her claws flashing like lightning. Elysia and Zara followed suit, their own attacks precise and deadly. The battle was brief but fierce, with each side determined to come out on top. In the end, the trio emerged victorious, panting heavily from exertion. Lysandra's newfound strength and speed had surprised even herself, but she knew this was only the beginning. "We must find that book," Lysandra panted, her eyes scanning the room for any sign of the golden filigree tome. It holds the key to understanding our transformations. Alicia nodded, her gaze sharp as she searched the shelves. I'll check here. You two look over there. As they split up, Lysandra felt a strange sensation wash over her. She shook it off, attributing it to adrenaline and exhaustion from the fight. But little did she know that this feeling was far from ordinary, and it would soon change everything. In the distance, Aldrich watched as the trio disappeared deeper into the labyrinth. He clenched his fist, a cruel smile spreading across his face. We'll find her eventually, he whispered to himself. And when we do, she'll be mine. With a snap of his fingers, a team of guards surrounded the area where Lysandra and her allies had vanished. They would search every inch of the labyrinth until they found their prey, and they wouldn't rest until they claimed what they believed was rightfully theirs. As for Lysandra, she continued her search, her senses heightened by some unknown force. She could feel a connection to the library, as if it were guiding her, leading her ever closer to the truth about her transformation. But little did she know that this newfound power would soon bring her face to face with the very organization responsible for her change. The stage was set for a confrontation that would shake the foundations of the labyrinth and change Lysandra's life forever. The journey had only just begun, but already the stakes were rising, and the dangers growing more pronounced with each passing moment. The echoes of clashing steel and grunts of exertion slowly dissipate, leaving Lysandra, Alicia, and Zara panting in the dimly lit hallways of the ancient library. The air is thick with dust, the scent of old parchment, and a lingering sense of dread. We need to keep moving, Lysandra says, her voice barely audible over the labored breaths of the trio. The golden filigree tome, it's our only hope. Zara nods, gripping her sword tightly. I have a feeling it won't be easy to find. But we're not going to give up, are we? Alicia, her eyes filled with determination, offers a small smile. We've come too far to back down now. The group moves forward, their footsteps echoing through the empty halls of the labyrinth, each step bringing them closer to their goal. The air is oppressive, making it difficult to breathe, and Lysandra feels her senses growing sharper with every passing moment. She can sense a presence lurking nearby, but it remains hidden in the shadows. As they turn a corner, the group finds themselves face to face with a group of armed guards. One of them steps forward, brandishing a large mace. Hand over the tome, and you'll be allowed to leave this place unharmed. Lysandra growls low in her throat, feeling the anger rising within her. She remembers the countless times she had helped these people as a librarian, only to be met with hostility now. We will not give it up so easily, she replies defiantly. Alicia and Zara stand beside her, their swords at the ready. The guards tense, preparing for battle. Lysandra feels the power coursing through her veins, her muscles rippling beneath her skin. She knows that this moment will define their fate. The fight is brutal and fierce, each side determined to emerge victorious. Lysandra's claws slice through armor as Alicia and Zara hold off the remaining guards. The ancient library echoes with the sounds of steel on steel, grunts of exertion, and the occasional cry of pain. But even as they fight, Lysandra can sense that something is amiss. She glances around, searching for the mysterious presence she felt earlier. And there it is, hidden in the shadows, Aldrich, watching them with cold, calculating eyes. You thought you could outrun me? He sneers, stepping forward into the light. I've been tracking you this entire time. Lysandra growls, feeling the anger boil within her. You and your organization will not take what is mine. Aldrich laughs coldly. This tome holds the key to unlocking the full extent of your powers. And I'll stop at nothing to claim it. The battle rages on, Lysandra and her allies fighting valiantly against Aldrich and his guards. But as they continue, she feels a strange sensation growing within her, a pull towards something hidden deep within the labyrinth. As the last guard falls, Lysandra turns to face Aldrich. She knows that this is their moment of truth, their chance to change the course of their destiny. With a roar, she charges at him, her claws extended and eyes blazing with determination. The fight is intense, a whirlwind of fists, teeth, and sparks. Lysandra feels as though she's being pushed to her limits, but she refuses to give up. She can sense that something within her is changing, something powerful and terrifying. In the end, it's Lysandra who emerges victorious. Aldrich lays on the ground, defeated, his dreams of harnessing her power shattered. But even as she watches him, she knows that this is only the beginning. She has a feeling that their true challenges still lie ahead, challenges that will test her strength, her resolve, and her very soul. As they leave the labyrinth, Lysandra looks back one last time at the shadows where Aldrich lay. She knows that he won't be gone for long. But she also knows that she's stronger now, stronger than she ever thought possible. And with that newfound strength, she will face whatever challenges come her way, determined to uncover the truth about her transformation and the organization behind it. The journey ahead is perilous, but Lysandra is ready. She has allies by her side, a library full of ancient knowledge, and a burning desire for answers. And as she takes her first steps out of the labyrinth, she can feel the power coursing through her veins, a power that will change the course of history and determine the fate of the realm. And so, Lysandra begins her quest, driven by a need to understand herself and her newfound powers. She knows that the road ahead is fraught with danger, but she also knows that she's ready for whatever comes next. For in this world where knowledge is power, she will not be held back, not by Aldrich or any other adversary. Ascendant carnivorous librarian Lysandra stood tall, surveying the labyrinth's dimly lit corridors with renewed determination. The ancient library held secrets that could reveal the truth about her transformation, and she was determined to uncover them. Elysia, a fierce warrior who had become an unlikely ally, accompanied her as they ventured deeper into the maze. Zara, another beast with a mysterious past, lingered at the entrance, scanning the labyrinth for any signs of danger. The air was thick with tension. The weight of their mission hung heavy on every shoulder. "We should be careful," Lysandra warned, her voice barely above a whisper. "Aldrich and his organization are powerful, and they will not give up easily." Elysia nodded, her eyes flashing with resolve. "I'll protect you, Lysandra. We're in this together." As they moved deeper into the labyrinth, Lysandra felt a strange energy pulsating within her, growing stronger with each step. The transformation that had once seemed so terrifying now felt empowering. She could sense the potential power she held within herself. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed through the corridor, followed by the clank of armor. Armed guards emerged from around a corner, their weapons at the ready. Lysandra and Elysia sprang into action, their instincts taking over as they fought off the attackers with ease. Zara watched, her eyes narrowing as she assessed the situation. She knew that this just the beginning, the real challenges lay ahead. With a determined nod, she joined Lysandra and Elysia in the fray, her own powers surging to life within her. Together, they fought with a ferocity that belied their peaceful pasts. The guards fell before them, outmatched by their combined strength and skill. As the last one lay defeated, Lysandra felt the energy coursing through her veins, surging like a river of power. "We must find the hidden library," she murmured to Elysia and Zara. "It's there that we will discover the truth about our transformations." With renewed purpose, they pressed on, their footsteps echoing through the labyrinth as they ventured deeper into the heart of the ancient library. The challenges ahead were great, but Lysandra knew that she could face them with her newfound strength and the support of her friends by her side. As they delved further into the library's depths, a strange sensation washed over Lysandra. She felt a connection to something beyond herself, something ancient and powerful. The energy within her surged once more, threatening to consume her. "Elysia," she gasped, grabbing her arm. "I feel different." Elysia looked at her with concern, but before she could respond, Lysandra's eyes widened in shock as the world around them seemed to shift and blur. The labyrinth twisted and distorted, revealing a hidden library that had been concealed for centuries. "This must be it," Lysandra breathed, her voice trembling with anticipation. The hidden library of ancient beasts. As they stepped into the library's hallowed halls, Lysandra felt the energy within her surging to a fever pitch. The air crackled with power, and she knew that she was on the verge of unlocking secrets long forgotten. Elysia and Zara exchanged wary glances, sensing the change in their companion. They could feel the weight of what lay ahead, but they stood by her side, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them within the hidden library. The ancient library was a treasure trove of knowledge, its shelves lined with dusty manuscripts and leather-bound books adorned with gold filigree. In the center of the room stood a magnificent golden filigree tome, pulsating with energy that seemed to resonate deep within Lysandra's soul. "This is it," she whispered, her voice barely audible as she approached the tome. "The key to understanding my transformation." As she reached out to touch the golden filigree book, a sudden surge of power coursed through her veins. The library shook as energy erupted from Lysandra, illuminating the ancient halls with an ethereal glow. Elysia and Zara stood back in awe as Lysandra's transformation unfolded before their eyes. Her body seemed to shift and contort, her form morphing into something more powerful and fearsome than they had ever imagined. When the transformation was complete, Lysandra stood tall and proud, her new form radiating power that could shake the very foundations of the labyrinth itself. She felt a sense of clarity wash over her, as if the veil between worlds had been lifted. I am more than just a beast," she whispered, her voice filled with wonder. "I am something greater." Elysia and Zara looked at each other, their eyes wide with shock and awe. They knew that this was only the beginning. Lysandra's evolution had just begun. Together, they stood on the precipice of uncovering the truth about her transformation and the organization behind it. But they also knew that Aldrich and his forces would not give up easily. The challenges ahead were great, but they were ready to face them together. With renewed determination, they turned away from the golden filigree book, stepping out of the hidden library and into the labyrinth once more. Their journey was far from over, but they had taken the first step towards uncovering the truth about Lysandra's transformation. The path ahead would be treacherous, but with friendship, strength, and a thirst for knowledge, they would face whatever challenges lay before them. As dusk settles upon the labyrinthine library, Lysandra, Elysia, and Zara emerge from its dark halls, battered but alive after their encounter with the armed guards. A sense of triumph fills them as they realize they have bested Aldrich's forces once more, yet a shadow of uncertainty lingers. "We should rest," Lysandra says, her voice deep and strong. "Tomorrow we search for clues about that book." Elysia nods, her own thoughts swirling with dread and excitement. "I've never seen anything like it before," she mutters. "That golden filigree. It must hold the key to understanding your transformation." Zara gazes at them both, her eyes glinting in the fading light. "We can't let our guard down though. Aldrich will not give up so easily." "Agreed," Lysandra says resolutely. "We must be vigilant and stay together. Our strength lies in unity." They find a hidden camp spot, nestled among the twisted roots of a massive tree. As night falls, they share stories and heal their wounds with herbs gathered from earlier in the labyrinth. The fire crackles softly, casting dancing shadows upon their faces as they huddle close together for warmth and comfort. Morning dawns, and they set off once more into the labyrinth, following a map they discovered in an ancient scroll. The air is heavy with anticipation as they venture deeper, eager to uncover the mysteries hidden within the library's depths. "There!" Elysia exclaims, pointing at a door adorned with golden filigree. "That must be it." Lysandra approaches cautiously, her senses heightened. The air around the door seems to crackle with energy, pulsating with power that echoes her own newfound strength. With a deep breath, she reaches out and touches the gold filigree, feeling a surge of energy course through her veins. Suddenly, the room is filled with light as a hidden mechanism activates, revealing a massive tome resting atop a pedestal. The golden filigree book gleams in the newly illuminated chamber, beckoning Lysandra towards it. With reverence, she approaches and lifts the heavy tome, feeling the weight of its secrets pressing against her palms. As they study the ancient text, they discover that it contains knowledge of powerful beasts from centuries past, including details about their transformations and abilities. They learn that Lysandra's transformation was not an accident, but part of a larger plan to create a new generation of fearsome beings capable of standing against the encroaching darkness threatening the world. Ascendant carnivorous librarian Lysandra's eyes scanned the ancient tome, its golden filigree glinting under the dim light of the flickering campfire. The dusty manuscripts and scrolls surrounding them told tales of beasts who once roamed the realm, their power rivaling that of the gods themselves. Elysia approached her, a healing potion in hand. "You've been quiet since we found this place," she said, offering the remedy to Lysandra. The librarian accepted it gratefully, cradling the potion as if it were a precious relic. "I can hardly believe it," Lysandra murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am one of them." She looked up at Elysia, eyes wide with fear and curiosity. "What does this mean for us?" Elysia's expression softened. "It means we must continue on this path together," she replied, her own eyes reflecting the flames dancing in the night. "We are not alone." As they settled down to rest, Zara stood watch, her keen senses scanning their surroundings for any sign of danger. The wind whispered through the labyrinth, carrying with it an unspoken tension. In a hidden chamber far away, Aldrich stewed in anger and frustration, his fingers clutching the hilt of a dagger as he brooded over his failure to capture Lysandra. "She will not escape me," he growled, eyes narrowing as he plotted his next move. "I will claim her power for myself." Back at their campsite, Lysandra's dreams were filled with images of ancient beasts and the library that held their secrets. She awoke in a cold sweat, staring into the darkness. "We must prepare," she said firmly to Elysia and Zara as dawn broke. Aldrich will not give up. Together, they studied the tome, learning of the trials and tribulations that awaited them on their path to evolution. The weight of their journey hung heavy on their shoulders, but they found strength in their unity. As they ventured deeper into the labyrinth, they encountered armed guards who sought to stop them at every turn. Elysia's keen senses and Zara's combat skills proved vital as they navigated these challenges, always moving closer to the truth about Lysandra's transformation. In a final confrontation, they faced off against a band of guards led by a powerful mage. Lysandra struggled to control her newfound strength, but with Elysia and Zara at her side, they emerged victorious once more. But as they rested after their battle, a sense of unease settled over them. They knew that Aldrich would not give up on his pursuit, and the stakes for their journey grew ever higher. As the moon cast long shadows across the labyrinthine library, Lysandra's eyes glowed with an eerie light. The once peaceful librarian now bore a fearsome visage that belied her gentle nature. Elysia and Zara sat around the crackling campfire, their faces reflecting both exhaustion and determination. Lysandra examined the ancient tome she clutched in her massive paw. This is incredible," she whispered, tracing the golden filigree with reverence. The book seemed to shimmer under her touch, as if it were alive. Elysia leaned forward, her cat-like eyes gleaming with curiosity. "What does it say?" "It explains our transformations," Lysandra explained, opening the book to a page adorned with intricate illustrations of beasts. "We were created for a purpose, to face an impending darkness." She closed the book and looked at her companions, her heart heavy with newfound responsibility. Zara scoffed. "Another prophecy, you say?" "No," Lysandra corrected, her voice firm yet gentle. "This isn't a prediction of the future. It's a guide to our past and destiny." She paused, looking at each of them in turn. "We are not simply beasts, but the vanguard of hope for the world." Elysia's eyes softened as she reached out tentatively and touched Lysandra's hand. "I never thought I'd find a friend like you," she admitted quietly. Lysandra smiled, squeezing Elysia's hand in return. "And I, an ally like you." As they huddled around the campfire, a distant growl echoed through the labyrinth. Zara tensed, her instincts on high alert. Lysandra and Alicia followed suit, their bond deepening as they prepared to face whatever danger lay ahead. They knew their journey would be long, but together, they were unstoppable. Aldrich stood atop a tower overlooking the labyrinth, his eyes narrowed with determination. He'd heard rumors of the ancient library and its mysterious inhabitants, and he knew that Lysandra was among them. The golden filigree tome that she clutched in her transformed hands held the key to unimaginable power. He sneered at the guards beneath him. "Gather your weapons and prepare for battle," he commanded, his voice dripping with malice. "The time has come to claim Lysandra for myself." With a final glare, Aldrich descended into the labyrinth, eager to reclaim what was rightfully his. As the three beasts huddled around the campfire, they exchanged stories of their past lives and shared fears about the future. They spoke of the challenges they'd faced, the people they'd lost, and the power that now coursed through their veins. Lysandra listened intently as Zara recounted tales of her fierce battles against adversaries who sought to exploit her strength for their own gain. Alicia shared stories of a time when she was hunted by those who feared her, and how she'd found solace in the labyrinth. Lysandra couldn't help but feel a kinship with these two women, who had each faced adversity and emerged stronger. She felt a surge of determination coursing through her veins as she realized their shared destiny. Together, they would face the darkness that threatened their world and protect those who still clung to hope. The campfire's flickering light danced across their faces, casting eerie shadows on the cavern walls. As they continued to talk, Lysandra felt a sense of peace wash over her, knowing she was no longer alone in this strange new world. But as night gave way to dawn, their peaceful slumber was disrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Lysandra's heart raced as she recognized the unmistakable sound of Aldrich and his guards. She sprang into action, her transformed body rippling with power. Zara and Alicia joined her, their eyes glowing with determination as they prepared to defend their camp from attack. The three beasts stood side by side, ready to face whatever dangers awaited them. Together, they would stand against the darkness that threatened their world, and together they would find a way to unlock the secrets hidden within the ancient tome. As the first light of dawn crept across the labyrinthine library, Lysandra, Alicia, and Zara faced off against Aldrich and his guards. The air was thick with tension as each side waited for the other to make the first move. Lysandra could sense the power coursing through her veins, a testament to the ancient knowledge contained within the golden filigree tome. She knew that she had grown stronger during their journey through the labyrinth and was now capable of more than she ever imagined. Aldrich snarled as he approached the three beasts, his eyes filled with greed and ambition. "You cannot hide from me forever," he growled. "I will claim what is rightfully mine." But Lysandra stood firm, her newfound strength surging through her body. "We will not give in to fear or aggression," she declared, her voice echoing across the labyrinth. "Our power does not belong to you. It belongs to those who seek hope and justice." With a roar, Lysandra charged at Aldrich, her massive form barreling towards him with unstoppable force. Zara and Alicia joined her, their combined strength a formidable weapon against the relentless pursuit of Aldrich and his organization. The battle raged on for hours, as each side fought with every ounce of strength they possessed. Lysandra, Alicia, and Zara demonstrated their newfound abilities, unleashing powerful attacks that shook the very foundations of the labyrinthine library. Aldrich was no match for their combined might, and soon his guards began to falter. One by one, they were defeated, until only Aldrich remained, panting and defeated before them. "You will not claim my power," Lysandra growled, her eyes blazing with anger. "I will use it to protect those who need it most." Aldrich glared at her, his face twisted in rage. But he knew that he was no match for the fearsome beasts before him. With a snarl, he retreated, vowing to return with an army to claim what was rightfully his. As they watched Aldrich disappear into the labyrinth, Lysandra, Alicia, and Zara stood tall, their bond strengthened by their shared victory. Together, They had faced danger and emerged stronger than before. Their journey through the labyrinth was far from over, but they knew that they could face whatever challenges lay ahead as long as they stood together. With renewed determination, Lysandra opened the golden filigree tome once more, eager to unlock its secrets and uncover the truth about her transformation. She knew that their journey would be long and fraught with danger, but she also knew that she was no longer alone. Together, they would face the darkness that threatened their world and protect those who still clung to hope. And together, they would unlock the power contained within the ancient tome, harnessing it for good and ensuring a brighter future for all. The labyrinthine library echoed with the sounds of victory as Lysandra, Elysia, and Zara continued their journey, their bond stronger than ever before. The golden filigree tome now rested securely in Lysandra's paws, its secrets waiting to be revealed. As they delved deeper into the labyrinth, they encountered challenges and dangers that tested their resolve. But with each obstacle, they grew stronger, their bond deepening as they faced adversity together. They discovered hidden chambers filled with ancient scrolls and dusty manuscripts, each containing knowledge that would help them on their journey. They learned of other beasts who had walked the path before them, their stories serving as both warning and inspiration. Lysandra grew more confident in her abilities, her newfound power allowing her to face even the most daunting challenges with grace and determination. Elysia and Zara also evolved, their own transformations continuing to adapt and change as they navigated the labyrinth. As they delved deeper into the heart of the labyrinth, they began to uncover clues about the mysterious organization that had orchestrated their transformations. They learned that Aldrich was not alone in his pursuit of their power, and that powerful forces sought to control them for their own gain. Determined to protect themselves and those who still clung to hope, Lysandra, Elysia, and Zara vowed to uncover the truth about the organization and bring an end to their tyranny. Together, they would face any danger that came their way, their bond forged in fire and tempered by their shared experiences. Ascendant Carnivorous Librarian, as the three beasts make their way through the labyrinth, they stumble upon an entrance concealed within the stone walls, the hidden library. The air inside is thick with dust and the scent of ancient knowledge. Elysia whispers a spell to disperse the dust, revealing rows upon rows of leather-bound books adorned with golden filigree. Lysandra's eyes widen in awe as she gazes upon the vast collection, her heart pounding with anticipation. Zara cautiously approaches one bookcase and pulls out a golden filigree book, her grip tightening around it protectively. "We must be careful," she warns, scanning the room for any signs of danger. They move deeper into the library, their steps silent on the worn floorboards. As they search through the books, they find healing potions and herbs that help ease some of Lysandra's physical pain from her transformation. The knowledge contained within these books offers insight into the ancient beasts who once ruled this world, as well as the secrets behind their own transformations. Their exploration is cut short when a group of armed guards burst through the door, weapons at the ready. Lysandra, Elysia, and Zara stand tall, readying themselves for battle. The air crackles with tension as the two sides face off, each knowing that victory will bring them one step closer to achieving their goals. The guard leader steps forward, a sneer twisting his features. "You are trespassers," he growls. "Return these books and surrender yourselves, or suffer the consequences." Zara snarls in response, her eyes flashing with determination. "We will not give up what we have fought so hard to obtain." Prepare for battle. The fight is fierce, each side giving as good as they get. Lysandra unleashes a powerful roar that shakes the library's foundations, sending the guards scrambling for cover. Elysia and Zara join her in the fray, their combined strength overwhelming the guards. After what feels like an eternity, the last of the guards lay defeated on the floor. Lysandra and her companions catch their breath, panting heavily as they survey the carnage around them. They have won this battle, but they know that there will be many more to come if they are to uncover the truth about their transformations and bring an end to Aldrich's organization. Deep within the heart of the labyrinth, the trio emerged from a narrow tunnel into an expansive room filled with towering bookshelves and flickering candlelight. The air was heavy with dust and ancient knowledge. Lysandra's eyes widened as she gazed upon the countless tomes and scrolls lining the walls. The labyrinthine library, she whispered, awestruck by the sight before them. Alicia approached one of the shelves, brushing her hand along the spines of the books. Zara, ever watchful, kept a protective eye on their surroundings while Lysandra and Alicia explored the vast library. As they delved deeper into the labyrinthine maze, they stumbled upon a hidden chamber concealed behind a bookshelf. Inside, a golden filigree book lay atop a pedestal. Lysandra approached it cautiously, her heart pounding in anticipation. The book seemed to radiate an energy unlike anything she had ever felt before. As she reached out to touch it, Alicia's eyes narrowed. "Wait," she warned, her voice low and urgent. "Something feels off." But Lysandra was already captivated by the artifact's power. She closed her eyes and allowed herself to be drawn in by its allure. As she opened her eyes again, she found herself standing before an even larger chamber, filled with countless golden filigree tomes like the one she held. Alicia and Zara appeared beside her, their expressions a mix of wonder and concern. "This must be the source of our transformations," Lysandra said, her voice echoing off the walls of the chamber. "We need to learn more." As they began to explore the hidden library, they stumbled upon ancient manuscripts detailing the history of beasts like themselves, their purpose, and the organization behind it all, the Order of the Sage's Eye. The trio couldn't believe their luck. They had discovered a treasure trove of knowledge that could help them uncover the truth about their transformations and confront Aldrich's organization head-on. But they also knew they wouldn't be safe for long in this hidden library. They needed to gather as much information as possible before Aldrich's men found them. As they continued their search, they found themselves surrounded by the weight of the world's history and the fate of all beasts resting on their shoulders. As night fell upon the labyrinthine library, they huddled around a campfire outside one of the hidden chambers, sharing stories of their lives before the transformation. Lysandra, Alicia, and Zara found solace in each other's company, forging a bond that would carry them through the dangers ahead. Ascendant carnivorous librarian. During their exploration of the labyrinthine library, Lysandra and Alicia stumble upon a hidden chamber filled with ancient tomes, each bound in leather and gold filigree. Lysandra's eyes widen at the sight before her, knowledge that could help them understand the Order of the Sage's Eye and their own transformations. "We must take these books," Alicia urges, sensing the power they hold. "But we cannot carry them all." Lysandra nods, carefully selecting a handful of tomes that seem particularly significant. As they pack up their belongings, Lysandra notices a large leather-bound book with gold filigree on its cover, its pages untouched and pristine compared to the others. "What's this one?" she asks Alicia, who approaches cautiously. As Alicia opens the book, a soft glow emanates from within. It seems to call out to Lysandra, beckoning her closer. "I don't know," Alicia replies hesitantly. "Let's leave it for now." Lysandra hesitates, but ultimately agrees, tucking the book into a satchel with the other tomes. As they prepare to leave the chamber, they hear a faint rumble in the distance. "What was that?" Lysandra asks, her heart racing. Alicia frowns, listening intently. "I don't know," she replies. "But we should get moving." As they venture deeper into the labyrinth, the rumble grows louder and more insistent. Suddenly, a group of armed guards bursts from a nearby passageway, weapons at the ready. Lysandra and Alicia exchange a frightened glance before bracing themselves for battle. The fight is brutal and intense, but they manage to fend off their attackers with quick thinking and powerful strikes. As the last guard falls, Lysandra catches sight of Aldrich in the distance, watching them with cold, calculating eyes. "We must leave," Alicia whispers urgently. "Aldrich will be here soon." They hurry away, their hearts pounding with fear and adrenaline. As they run, Lysandra can't help but wonder what secrets the golden filigree book holds, and if it could give them the edge, they need to defeat Aldrich's organization. In the days that follow, Lysandra and Alicia face numerous challenges as they navigate the dangerous labyrinth and evade Aldrich's pursuing forces. They learn new abilities and strategies, growing stronger with each passing day. But the Golden Filigree book remains a constant source of hope and inspiration, reminding them that there is still much to discover about their transformations and the Order of the Sage's Eye. One evening, as they rest at a hidden camp spot, Lysandra opens the book once more, studying its glowing pages with renewed determination. The knowledge contained within is ancient and powerful, offering insights into the history of the labyrinthine library and the beasts that inhabit it. As Lysandra delves deeper into the tome's secrets, she begins to feel a strange connection to something greater than herself. It is as if the book is whispering its wisdom directly into her soul, revealing truths about her own destiny and the role she must play in the balance of power within the realm. Alicia watches her friend with concern, sensing that this newfound knowledge has changed Lysandra in some fundamental way. But she remains silent, trusting that Lysandra will find a way to use her powers for good. As night falls and the campfire crackles, Lysandra closes the Golden Filigree book, her mind reeling with the implications of what she has learned. She knows that their journey is far from over, but she feels more prepared than ever to face whatever challenges come their way. And deep within the heart of the labyrinthine library, Aldrich watches and waits, his plans for Lysandra's power growing darker by the day. But he does not yet know that Lysandra is changing, evolving in ways he cannot comprehend, and when their paths cross once more, he will find himself facing a foe unlike any he has ever encountered before. The journey of the fearsome librarian continues as she uncovers the truth about her transformation and learns to harness the power within her. But the road ahead is treacherous, filled with danger and deception at every turn. Only by facing these challenges head-on can Lysandra hope to survive and fulfill her destiny. And so, the labyrinthine library reveals its secrets, one page at a time, as Lysandra and Alicia forge ahead on their quest for knowledge and power. But they must be careful, for Aldrich is never far behind, watching and waiting to strike when they least expect it. In the dimly lit passageways of the labyrinthine library, Lysandra and Alicia move stealthily through the shadows. The echoes of their footsteps reverberate off ancient stone walls as they navigate the maze-like structure. Lysandra's heart races with a mix of fear and excitement, her senses heightened by her newfound beast form. "We need to keep moving," Alicia whispers, glancing back at Lysandra. Aldrich's forces are closing in. Lysandra nods, her gaze fixed on the flickering torchlight that illuminates their path. They come across a hidden chamber, its entrance adorned with intricate carvings depicting mythical beasts and ancient scholars. Lysandra feels an overwhelming sense of familiarity as she approaches the door. Alicia follows closely behind, her eyes scanning the passageway for any sign of danger. "Be careful," she warns as they step into the chamber. The air inside the room is thick with dust and the scent of ancient parchment. A large leather-bound book with gold filigree on its cover sits atop a stone pedestal, gleaming in the torchlight. Lysandra approaches it cautiously, her heart pounding in anticipation. "This must be the book from your vision," Alicia says softly, "the one that led you here." Lysandra reaches out tentatively, her fingers brushing against the cool leather binding of the tome. As she opens it, a wave of energy surges through her body, and her eyes widen in awe. The pages seem alive, pulsating with ancient knowledge. She feels an immediate connection to the book's wisdom, its secrets revealing themselves to her like whispers on the wind. Alicia watches as Lysandra studies the book, her face a mask of concentration. "What do you see?" she asks quietly. I don't know," Lysandra replies, her voice barely audible. "There are prophecies about beasts like us, and a powerful organization that seeks to control our powers." Alicia frowns, her eyes narrowing. "The Order of the Sage's Eye," she murmurs. "I've heard rumors of them but never believed they truly existed." Lysandra nods slowly, her gaze still locked on the ancient tome. It seems that Aldrich is a part of this order, she says quietly, and he seeks to harness my power for his own gain. Alicia's softly under her breath. We need to be careful. If Aldrich learns we've found this, he'll stop at nothing to take the book from us. Lysandra nods again, her senses on high alert as she studies the pages of the ancient tome. She feels a newfound resolve coursing through her veins, determined to uncover the truth about her transformation and confront Aldrich and his organization head-on. As they make their way back out into the passageways of the labyrinthine library, Lysandra and Alicia discuss their plan of action. They decide to rest for the night at a hidden camp spot near a babbling brook, gathering herbs and healing potions from the surrounding foliage to replenish their supplies. As they sit by the crackling campfire, Lysandra studies the golden filigree book once more, feeling its power coursing through her veins like liquid fire. She knows that she is destined for greatness, and with Alicia by her side, she feels ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. But little do they know, Aldrich's forces are closing in, determined to take the golden filigree book and the power it represents for themselves. As Lysandra and Alicia sleep under a canopy of stars, their dreams filled with visions of ancient beasts and the hidden secrets of the labyrinthine library, they are unaware of the danger that lurks in the shadows. The following day, as they make their way deeper into the labyrinth, Lysandra and Alicia encounter a group of armed guards patrolling the passageways. With her newfound powers surging through her body, Lysandra attacks without hesitation, using her strength and agility to overpower the guards. Alicia watches in awe as Lysandra fights with unmatched ferocity, her beast form seeming almost unstoppable. As they continue their journey, they encounter more challenges and adversaries, but with each battle, Lysandra grows stronger and more confident in her abilities. Throughout their journey, Lysandra learns to control her newfound powers, discovering hidden depths within herself that she never knew existed. She begins to understand the true potential of her transformation, and the role she is destined to play in the balance of power within the realm. As they reach a hidden library tucked away in the heart of the labyrinth, Lysandra and Alicia are greeted by Zara, another transformed being who offers them sanctuary from Aldrich's forces. Together, the three beasts form an alliance, determined to uncover the truth about their transformations and confront Aldrich and his organization head-on. But as they delve deeper into the hidden library, they discover that the answers they seek are more complex than they ever imagined. With each new revelation, Lysandra's resolve is tested, her heart filled with a mix of fear, anger, and determination. As the battle against Aldrich's organization reaches its climax, Lysandra and her allies face off against a powerful enemy force in a final, epic showdown. With the fate of their world hanging in the balance, Lysandra must call upon every ounce of strength within her to stand against the darkness that threatens to consume them all. In the end, as the dust settles and the smoke clears, Lysandra's evolution reaches its peak, revealing her true purpose as a key player in the balance of power within the realm. With her newfound powers and the support of her allies, she emerges victorious, ready to face whatever challenges come her way. As the sun rises on a new dawn, Lysandra and Alicia watch as Zara departs, her mission accomplished and her purpose fulfilled. With their destinies intertwined but their paths diverging, the two beasts part ways, each setting off on their own journey to uncover the hidden secrets of their transformed world. Ascendant carnivorous librarian in the heart of the labyrinth, Lysandra's eyes flickered with a fire that mirrored her newfound strength. Her transformation was far from complete, but she felt an inexplicable connection to the ancient library that lay hidden within its depths. Alicia, her unlikely ally, glanced back at her, her own eyes reflecting determination and resolve. "We're getting closer," Alicia whispered, her voice barely audible over the wind howling through the passageway. Lysandra nodded, gripping her makeshift staff tighter. The staff had been a gift from Zara, a fellow transformed being they had met along their journey. It was a symbol of their alliance and a testament to their shared struggles. With each step forward, Lysandra felt the weight of her new life bearing down on her, the knowledge that she was no longer the peaceful librarian she once was. As they ventured deeper into the labyrinth, they stumbled upon a camp spot near a babbling brook. The sound of rushing water helped to drown out the distant echoes of Aldrich's forces closing in on their trail. Lysandra and Alicia took shelter beneath a large overhang, grateful for the respite from the labyrinth's cold, dark embrace. "I wish there was some way we could find a cure," Alicia said, her voice heavy with sadness. "To return to who we once were," Lysandra shook her head, her gaze fixed on the flickering flames of their campfire. "We can't change what has happened. But perhaps this library holds the key to understanding our transformations and finding a way to control them." As they spoke, a rustling sound broke through the silence, sending a shiver down Lysandra's spine. She turned towards the source of the noise just as a group of armed guards stepped out from the shadows, their faces twisted with malice. Lysandra's heart raced as she prepared for battle, her staff glowing faintly in her hands. The skirmish was brief but intense, Lysandra using all her newfound strength to fight off the attackers. Alicia fought fiercely beside her, her own skills honed from years of combat training. Together they managed to fend off their aggressors, but not before one guard landed a lucky blow that left Lysandra reeling. As the last of the guards stumbled away, Lysandra collapsed to her knees, her vision swimming. Alicia rushed to her side, tending to her wounds with healing potions and herbs she had gathered along their journey. "You'll be all right," Alicia whispered, her voice filled with concern. "But we need to find a safer place to rest." They left the campsite behind, moving deeper into the labyrinth in search of shelter. As they navigated the twisted passageways, Lysandra felt a growing sense of unease. They were being watched. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the labyrinth, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps approaching. Lysandra and Alicia exchanged nervous glances before darting down a narrow passageway that led to a hidden chamber. The chamber was small but well hidden, its entrance concealed behind a loose stone slab. They entered cautiously, their hearts pounding in their chests as they waited for the threat to pass. As the sounds of pursuit faded into silence, Lysandra and Alicia breathed a sigh of relief. But their respite was short-lived, for within the hidden chamber lay a large leather-bound book with gold filigree on its cover. The same golden filigree that adorned Aldrich's personal seal. Lysandra's eyes widened as she realized what they had found. The library they sought was here, and it seemed Aldrich knew of its existence as well. She turned to Alicia, her gaze filled with determination. "We have to get inside," Lysandra said, her voice steady despite the fear that gripped her. "This book is the key to understanding our transformations, and I won't let Aldrich get his hands on it." The labyrinthine corridors stretched out before them like a tangled skein of shadows, the flickering light from their makeshift torches casting eerie shapes on the walls adorned with dusty manuscripts and ancient tomes. Lysandra's heart raced as she tightened her grip on Alicia's arm, steeling herself for what lay ahead. "You've been quiet," Alicia murmured softly, glancing back at her friend. "Something bothering you?" Lysandra hesitated before speaking. "I had a vision. I saw us entering the library. It was filled with armed guards, seeking to capture us and take what we have." Alicia's eyes narrowed. "We must be more careful than ever. We can't let them catch up to us." As they continued deeper into the labyrinth, Lysandra's unease grew. The air was thick with tension, and she could feel her senses heightened. They came upon a clearing where a campfire flickered in the distance, casting long shadows across their path. Crouching low, they approached cautiously, keeping to the cover of darkness. A group of armed guards stood around the fire, their weapons at the ready. Lysandra's heart pounded in her chest as she scanned the area, searching for an escape route. Alicia stepped forward, motioning for them to follow. With a swift, stealthy movement, she struck one guard from behind, incapacitating him silently. The others turned towards the noise, weapons raised, but Lysandra was ready. In a burst of speed, she transformed into her beastly form, snarling as she charged at them. The guards let out cries of surprise and fear as they scrambled to defend themselves. Elysia joined the fray, her own transformation complete as she fought with fierce determination. Together, they overpowered the guards, leaving a trail of unconscious bodies behind. As they caught their breath near a babbling brook, Lysandra looked at Elysia with newfound respect. "You're incredible," she murmured. Elysia smiled weakly. "We make a good team." They tended to each other's wounds, using healing potions and herbs they had gathered along the way. Lysandra carefully examined the unconscious guards for information, searching for anything that could help them evade Aldrich's forces. As she sifted through pockets and pouches, her eyes fell upon a small leather-bound book with gold filigree on its cover. With a gasp, she realized it was one of the books from the hidden library, bearing Aldrich's seal. "This must be what they are after," she said, holding up the book for Elysia to see. Elysia's eyes widened. "We can't let them have that. We need answers." As they prepared to continue their journey deeper into the labyrinth, Lysandra felt a sense of purpose and determination burn within her. They had come too far to turn back now. Together with Elysia by her side, she was ready to face whatever dangers awaited them in the heart of the library. Ascendant carnivorous librarian Lysandra panted heavily, her breath misting in the cold air, as she and Elysia trudged through the labyrinthine corridors. The library seemed to stretch on forever, twisting and turning around them like a living entity. They had spent days navigating its winding paths, evading Aldrich's guards at every turn. Elysia, her eyes gleaming with determination, led Lysandra down another dimly lit passageway. "We're getting closer," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the dripping water from a nearby babbling brook. Lysandra nodded, gripping the makeshift torch in her hand tightly. She tried to ignore the gnawing hunger that threatened to consume her every moment she was awake. Since her transformation, her body demanded sustenance constantly, but they had been unable to find any food within the labyrinth. Suddenly, a faint light appeared up ahead, illuminating a clearing. Ahead of them lay an ancient library that seemed untouched by time. The bookshelves towered high above them, their leather-bound covers adorned with gold filigree. At the center stood a large leather-bound book with gold filigree on its cover, shimmering as if it held secrets within. Lysandra's heart raced as she approached the library. This was what they had been searching for, the knowledge that could explain her transformation. Elysia followed closely behind, a sense of urgency in every step she took. "We must be careful," Elysia warned softly. "They may have set traps for us." Lysandra nodded, scanning the area with heightened senses as they moved cautiously towards the library. The air grew thick with tension, and Lysandra could feel her body trembling with anticipation. She gripped her makeshift staff tightly in her hand, prepared to defend herself if necessary. As they entered the ancient library, a sense of peace washed over them. It was as if the books themselves whispered secrets into their minds. They moved through the aisles, their eyes scanning the titles of dusty manuscripts and ancient scrolls. Lysandra could feel her connection to the knowledge growing stronger with each passing moment. "We need to find that book," Elysia murmured, her gaze flickering over the shelves. "The one that bears Aldrich's seal." Lysandra nodded, her heart racing. She knew the book was here somewhere, hidden among the countless tomes. As they continued their search, she felt a growing sense of unease. They had been alone for days, and she couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching them. Suddenly, Lysandra froze. Her senses were on high alert, every nerve ending tingling with fear. She turned to Elysia, her eyes wide with terror. "They're here," she whispered hoarsely. Elysia's eyes narrowed as she scanned the library, searching for any sign of danger. "How many?" she asked quietly. "More than I can count," Lysandra replied, her voice shaking. "We need to move." With a swift motion, Elysia grabbed Lysandra's arm and pulled her towards a hidden passageway they had found earlier. Together, they sprinted through the labyrinthine corridors, their hearts pounding in their chests. They could hear the footsteps of their pursuers growing louder behind them. As they rounded a bend, Lysandra's senses screamed at her to stop. Ahead lay a camp spot near a babbling brook and a group of armed guards. Elysia and Lysandra skidded to a halt just in time, their eyes wide with fear as they watched the guards approach. "They must not take us alive," Elysia murmured, drawing her sword. Lysandra and Elysia found themselves in a labyrinthine corridor, the golden filigree tome clutched tightly in Lysandra's claws. The sound of footsteps echoed behind them as Aldrich's guards pursued their quarry. They had to act fast if they were to escape with the book and their lives. "We can't outrun them forever," Elysia said, her voice barely above a whisper. "We need to find another way." Ahead, a faint glow emanated from a passageway on the left. Lysandra's keen senses picked up the scent of burning candles and the faintest hint of herbs. She led Elysia towards the light. As they entered the clearing, they saw a campfire surrounded by makeshift torches. They could hear low murmurs and distant laughter coming from the group gathered around it. "This looks like our best chance," Lysandra said, her voice still tense. "We must blend in and find a way to lose them." They moved cautiously towards the campfire's edge, blending into the shadows of a nearby tree. The guards' laughter grew louder as they drank and shared stories. One guard stood out among the others. He wore a leather armor adorned with gold filigree, a symbol of Aldrich's power. "We should take him out," Elysia whispered, her eyes never leaving the guard. "If we can incapacitate him, it might give us time to escape." Lysandra nodded in agreement. They watched for an opportune moment and struck, taking the guard down with a swift attack. The camp erupted into chaos as Lysandra's roar echoed through the clearing. Guards turned towards them, weapons at the ready. Elysia fought alongside her companion, using her staff to fend off their attackers. They were skilled warriors, but they were outnumbered. As the guards closed in, they found a makeshift passageway hidden behind some crates. Lysandra led Elysia into it, hoping it would provide them with a means of escape. The passageway led to another chamber, filled with ancient scrolls and dusty manuscripts. They quickly searched for a way out but found themselves trapped. The sounds of guards searching the chamber grew louder as they approached. "We must find a way out," Lysandra said, her voice heavy with desperation. "We can't stay here." Elysia nodded, scanning the room for any hint of an exit. As they searched, Lysandra felt something strange, a tingling sensation emanating from the large leather-bound book they had found earlier. She picked it up and held it close, sensing its power growing within her. "What's happening?" Elysia asked, noticing Lysandra's change in demeanor. Lysandra didn't answer immediately, lost in the book's ancient wisdom. "The book, it's trying to tell me something," she said finally. "We need to get out of here and read it in peace." Just then, the door to the chamber burst open, revealing a group of guards led by the guard with the gold filigree armor. Lysandra braced herself for battle, ready to protect the book at all costs. As they fought, she felt her strength growing, her newfound power surging through her veins. The battle raged on, but it was clear that Lysandra and Elysia were no match for Aldrich's forces. Just when all hope seemed lost, a sudden noise drew the guards' attention away from them. Lysandra seized the opportunity to slip away with Elysia, clutching the golden filigree book tightly in her grasp. Ascendant Carnivorous Librarian. The babbling brook's gentle murmur filled the air as Elysia and Lysandra sat near it, their bodies weary from the recent battle. The golden filigree book lay on a flat rock before them, its pages flickering with a faint luminescence. Lysandra touched the cover reverently, feeling the pulsating energy within. "This power is unlike anything I've ever felt," she said softly to Elysia. Elysia nodded gravely, her eyes fixed on the book. "I don't know where it comes from or how it will change us, but we must use it wisely. We need a plan," Lysandra replied, her voice echoing with determination. "This power could be our ticket to finding answers about my transformation and stopping Aldrich once and for all." Elysia stood up, stretching her limbs. "We should gather supplies before setting off into the labyrinth again. We need healing potions, more information, anything that will help us against Aldrich's forces." The two beasts ventured deeper into the woods, locating a small camp, where they found a stash of herbs and healing potions. They filled their packs with as many supplies as they could carry and continued onward, making their way back towards the labyrinthine library. As they entered the labyrinth again, Lysandra felt a surge of power coursing through her veins. The energy is growing stronger, she whispered to Elysia. I feel it too, Elysia replied, her eyes narrowing as they navigated the twisting passages. We must be cautious. The library holds many secrets and not all of them are friendly. A sudden noise echoed through the labyrinth, causing both Lysandra and Elysia to tense. They exchanged a quick glance before moving towards the sound, staffs at the ready. As they rounded a corner, they found themselves face to face with a group of armed guards. Elysia growled, her eyes glowing with ferocity as she charged forward, swiftly dispatching two guards before Lysandra could even react. The remaining guards turned to flee, but Lysandra was already upon them, using the power within her to unleash a torrent of energy that sent them tumbling back. Exhausted from the skirmish, they continued onward, moving deeper into the library. The further they ventured, the more ancient tomes and scrolls they found, each one radiating with a faint golden glow that seemed to echo Lysandra's own energy. As they approached another chamber, they found themselves face to face with an armed guard leader. His eyes narrowed as he took in their appearance, then his expression turned cold and calculating. You're the ones I've been looking for, he said, drawing a sword. I'm afraid you won't be leaving this place alive. Elysia charged forward once more, but Lysandra held her back with a firm hand. We need to learn from these books, not fight, she whispered urgently. The answers we seek are here. Together, they navigated the labyrinth's twisting passages, searching for answers and unraveling the mysteries of their transformations. As they delved deeper into the library, Lysandra felt the power within her growing ever stronger. They discovered a hidden chamber filled with ancient tomes, each one bound in leather and adorned with gold filigree. One particular book caught Lysandra's eye, a large leather-bound volume with a golden filigree cover that seemed to radiate with energy. She reached out tentatively, feeling the power coursing through her as she opened it. As she leafed through the pages, ancient knowledge poured into her mind, revealing secrets about her transformation and the hidden curriculum of the academy where Elias, Zara, and Victor now resided. Lysandra's eyes widened with shock and awe, realizing that her transformation was no accident. It had been orchestrated by Aldrich's organization as part of their plan to harness the power of beasts for themselves. She shared this revelation with Elysia, who listened intently. We have to stop them, Lysandra said determinedly. We can't let them control the future of our kind. Elysia nodded gravely. We'll need a plan. And we'll need allies. As they emerged from the hidden chamber, they found themselves face to face with Zara and Elias, who had followed their trail deep into the library in search of answers about their own transformations. Together, the four beasts forged an alliance, vowing to bring Aldrich's organization to justice and secure a future where knowledge and power belonged to those who sought it for the betterment of all. As twilight descended upon the labyrinthine woods, Lysandra stood with her allies by a babbling brook, their makeshift campfire casting flickering shadows on their weary faces. Elysia, Zara, and Elias huddled together, sharing stories of their past lives before they found each other in the labyrinth. Lysandra's thoughts, however, were consumed by the knowledge contained within the golden filigree book that lay on a nearby rock. She studied it intently, the ancient script illuminated by the firelight. Her fingers traced over the worn pages, each word stirring a sense of purpose within her. Lysandra, Elysia called out, breaking the silence. We should rest soon. She nodded in agreement, closing the book and tucking it safely beneath her cloak. The others shared a meal of foraged roots and berries, their laughter echoing through the forest. But as night fell, the laughter died down to whispers, each person lost in their own thoughts. As the last embers of the fire flickered out, Lysandra stood up, drawing her allies' attention. I believe I have found something important within these ancient texts. She gestured to the book hidden beneath her cloak. It speaks of a hidden library within the labyrinth. Alicia's eyes widened in surprise. A secret library? We must find it. Lysandra nodded, and they all agreed to set out at first light to search for this hidden repository of knowledge. The following morning, they ventured deeper into the labyrinthine corridors, guided by Lysandra's intuition and the map she sketched from the book. They stumbled upon a clearing, where a large leather-bound book with gold filigree on its cover lay open atop a stone pedestal. Lysandra approached cautiously, her heart pounding in her chest. As she reached out to touch it, a sudden rumble echoed through the passageways. The ground shook beneath their feet as armed guards burst into the clearing from hidden passages. "Surrender," one of the guards bellowed, brandishing a sword. "We've been tracking you for days." Lysandra and her allies prepared to defend themselves, drawing makeshift weapons and torches. As the battle raged on, Lysandra felt a surge of power coursing through her veins. Her eyes glowed with an ethereal light, and her claws elongated, ready for combat. Together, they fought off the guards, using their combined strength to repel the attackers. With each blow, Lysandra felt herself growing stronger, evolving in ways she couldn't comprehend. The golden filigree book seemed to pulse with energy, guiding her towards a hidden passageway that led deeper into the labyrinth. As they reached another chamber, Lysandra could feel the presence of something ancient and powerful. With Alicia and Zara at her side, she stepped forward cautiously, her heart pounding in anticipation. The unknown lay before them, and whatever secrets the hidden library held would change everything. Ascendant carnivorous librarian, in the heart of the labyrinth, Lysandra, Alicia, Zara, Elias, and their newfound ally, the guard leader, stood atop a clearing surrounded by trees and a babbling brook. The air was thick with tension as they huddled around their makeshift campfire. "We can't stay here for long," Lysandra said, her eyes scanning the woods. "Aldrich is closing in." Alicia handed her a healing potion. "Drink this. We need you at your best." Lysandra took it gratefully and drank the potion, feeling a wave of warmth spread through her body. Her newfound strength pulsed within her, threatening to overwhelm her control. Elias looked uneasy, his gaze flickering between Lysandra and the woods. "I don't like this. We should have left the ancient library behind." Zara snorted, her eyes flashing with determination. "We have no choice if we want to survive. The knowledge within that library could give us the edge we need against Aldrich." The guard leader nodded in agreement. "I know what it's like to be hunted by powerful forces. I'll help you find a way out of this labyrinth. But we must be careful. Aldrich's organization is relentless." As they continued their journey, the group encountered more passages and hidden chambers, each one revealing more about the ancient library and its secrets. Lysandra could feel her power growing with every step, her body adapting to her new form. But it was a double-edged sword. As she evolved, so too did her hunger and aggression. One day, as they rested near another babbling brook, Lysandra noticed something unusual about Alicia. The fellow beast seemed different somehow, more focused and in control than before. "Alicia," Lysandra asked hesitantly, "how did you manage to remain so calm amidst all this chaos?" Alicia looked at her with a knowing smile. "I've been through the trials of becoming a beast too, Lysandra. I know what it's like to struggle with your new form and the power that comes with it. But there is a way to harness that power, to control it and use it for good." Lysandra looked at her in wonder. "What do you mean?" Alicia produced a small leather-bound book with gold filigree on its cover and handed it to Lysandra. "This book contains ancient wisdom from beasts who have come before us. It's a guide for those of us who are lost and unsure of our place in this world." Lysandra took the book, her heart pounding with anticipation as she opened its pages. Inside, she found guidance on controlling her new form, understanding her power, and finding balance within herself. With each passage she read, Lysandra felt a renewed sense of purpose, her resolve hardening. But their journey was far from over. As they ventured deeper into the labyrinth, they encountered more challenges, including a skirmish with armed guards who sought to capture them. Using the newfound knowledge from the book and her growing strength, Lysandra fought fiercely, protecting her allies and pushing back against Aldrich's forces. The battle was long and grueling, but in the end, they emerged victorious. However, they knew that their biggest challenge still lay ahead, confronting Aldrich himself. As they rested by a hidden campfire, Lysandra felt a newfound determination burning within her. She would face Aldrich head-on, ready to defend herself and her allies, and uncover the truth about her transformation once and for all. The group, now more united than ever, continued their trek through the winding labyrinthine corridors. Lysandra could feel her power growing stronger by the minute. It was as if every step she took brought her closer to understanding her true purpose. She could sense the presence of others nearby, and a low growl escaped her lips as the scent of armed guards filled the air. "We must be careful," Alicia whispered, sensing Lysandra's unease. "Aldrich is closing in, and his forces are relentless." The group moved through the labyrinthine woods cautiously, their makeshift torches casting flickering shadows on the ancient stone walls that surrounded them. They found a clearing surrounded by trees and a babbling brook, and quickly made camp to rest for the night. Alicia tended to Lysandra's wounds while Zara and Elias kept watch. "I cannot shake the feeling that we are being watched," Lysandra murmured as Alicia applied healing ointment to a gash on her arm. "What if they find us?" Alicia shook her head. "We have to trust in our abilities and each other. If we can make it through the labyrinth, we stand a chance against Aldrich's forces." As night fell, Lysandra gazed at the stars above, her heart heavy with anticipation. The weight of her newfound power was overwhelming, but she knew that she could not give in to fear. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the energy coursing through her veins as she prepared for whatever challenges lay ahead. The next day dawned bright and clear, and the group continued their journey deeper into the labyrinth. They stumbled upon another babbling brook, its crystal-clear water sparkling in the sunlight. Lysandra paused, feeling a strange pull towards it. She approached cautiously, her senses alert for any signs of danger. As she knelt by the water's edge, she felt a sudden surge of energy coursing through her body. Her eyes widened as she realized that the brook was somehow connected to her own powers. It seemed to be drawing upon her strength and channeling it back into her. She reached out to touch the water, feeling a strange connection form between them. Alicia and Zara approached, curious about what had caught Lysandra's attention. "What is it?" Alicia asked as Lysandra drew her hand away from the brook, a look of awe on her face. I think this water may be a source of power for us," Lysandra said, her voice filled with wonder. "It's drawing upon my strength and giving it back to me." Alicia nodded slowly, sensing the potential in the discovery. "If we can find more places like this, it could help us survive against Aldrich's forces." The group continued their journey, following the babbling brook as it wound its way through the labyrinthine woods. They soon came across a hidden passageway that led them deeper into the heart of the ancient library. Lysandra felt her excitement grow as they entered the chamber, her senses filled with the scent of dusty manuscripts and ancient tomes. The group explored the hidden library, discovering powerful artifacts and scrolls that held knowledge of the ancient beasts who once roamed the labyrinth. They found a large leather-bound book with gold filigree on its cover, and Lysandra felt a strange connection to it as she held it in her hands. "This is incredible," Alicia breathed, running her fingers over the intricate designs etched into the book's cover. "I have never seen anything like it." Lysandra nodded, feeling a strange sense of familiarity with the ancient tome. I think this might contain answers about my transformation," she said softly, her eyes filled with determination. As they delved deeper into the hidden library, they stumbled upon another chamber filled with healing potions and herbs. Lysandra quickly gathered as many as she could carry, knowing that they would be essential in their battle against Aldrich's forces. We must rest here for a few days, Alicia said, sensing the exhaustion in Lysandra's body. We need to regain our strength before facing Aldrich's organization. The group set up camp near the hidden library, their makeshift torches casting eerie shadows on the ancient walls as they rested. Lysandra felt a strange sense of calm wash over her, knowing that she had come closer to understanding her transformation and the mysterious organization behind it. She closed her eyes, feeling her power growing stronger within her as she prepared for the challenges ahead. But even in their temporary sanctuary, the group knew that they could not stay hidden forever. Aldrich's forces were closing in, and they would have to face them eventually. Lysandra felt a renewed determination burning within her. She would not let them defeat her. She would uncover the truth about her transformation, and she would stand against Aldrich and his organization with everything she had. As the sun rose on another day, Lysandra knew that their time in the labyrinth was running out. She looked at Elysia, Zara, and Elias, feeling a deep sense of gratitude for their support and friendship. Together, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead and emerge stronger than ever before. Ascendant carnivorous librarian, the moon cast long shadows on the labyrinthine corridors as the group traversed the treacherous passages, making their way deeper into the heart of the ancient library. Lysandra's keen eyes scanned the darkness warily, her senses heightened by her newfound beastly nature. Elysia, she whispered to her fellow beast, I sense we are being followed. Elysia nodded, her gaze darting between the shadows. We must find a safe spot to rest and prepare for whatever awaits us. The group moved quietly, avoiding any noise that might alert their pursuers. They found a hidden camp near a babbling brook, its gentle murmur masking their presence. Elysia tended to their wounds with healing herbs and potions while Lysandra studied the mysterious book she had found in the library, seeking answers about her transformation. As they prepared a makeshift campfire, Elias approached her, his eyes filled with worry. Lysandra, I've been thinking. His voice trailed off, hesitant to burden her with his concerns. Speak your mind, she encouraged him gently. Elias took a deep breath before continuing. I'm afraid of what this power is doing to us, to me. I remember who I was before all this, and sometimes, he sighed, sometimes it feels like I've lost myself. Lysandra placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. We are all struggling with the changes that have befallen us, she said softly, but we cannot turn back now. We must continue to fight, for our survival and for the truth. Zara, ever vigilant, suddenly stiffened, her ears swiveling towards the woods. Something's out there, she growled. The group sprang into action, their senses on high alert, as they faced a skirmish with a small group of armed guards sent by Aldrich's organization. Their makeshift torches lit up the clearing, casting flickering shadows across the faces of their attackers. The battle was fierce, but Lysandra's newfound strength and speed proved invaluable, allowing them to fend off their pursuers. As the last guard crumpled to the ground, Lysandra surveyed her allies, her eyes meeting Zara's. We must press on, she said grimly. They will not give up until they have captured us or destroyed us. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting the woods in an eerie twilight glow. The group's campfire flickered and crackled, sending sparks dancing upwards towards the star-studded sky. Lysandra sat cross-legged near the fire, the mysterious book open before her. She traced the intricate gold filigree on its cover with her fingers as she pored over the ancient words within. Suddenly, a rustling in the underbrush caused everyone to tense. Zara stood, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. Friend or foe? She whispered, scanning the shadows. Elysia moved closer, her healing herbs and potions at the ready. From the darkness stepped a figure cloaked in shadow. As it drew nearer, its hood fell back to reveal a guard leader from Aldrich's organization. I've been tracking you for days, he growled. You won't escape me. Lysandra clenched her fists, feeling the power coursing through her veins as she stood and faced the guard leader. We aren't going anywhere, she snarled back. Aldrich's forces surrounded them, ready to pounce. A fierce battle ensued, with Lysandra demonstrating her evolved strength and agility against their armed guards. Despite their numbers, the group held their own, striking with precision and determination. Just as it seemed they might be overpowered, Elysia unleashed a powerful healing spell that sent the remaining guards reeling. With renewed energy, Lysandra seized the opportunity to strike at the guard leader. Her claws sliced through his armor, leaving him bleeding and weakened. "You can't win," he coughed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Aldrich will find you." With a cold smile, Lysandra watched him stumble away before turning to her companions. "We need to leave," she said, her voice stern and resolute. "Aldrich is relentless, and we can't stay here much longer." Ascendant carnivorous librarian, with each step, the labyrinth's twisting corridors seemed to grow darker and more treacherous. Lysandra clenched her makeshift staff tightly as she led Elysia and Elias deeper into the depths of the ancient library. The air was thick with the scent of dusty parchment and ancient knowledge, both exhilarating and intimidating in equal measure. "We must find answers," Lysandra muttered to herself, her eyes fixed on the mysterious book she held close to her chest. "The truth about this transformation, it's driving me mad." Elysia nodded solemnly, her own gaze focused on the path ahead. Her fur rippled softly in the flickering light of their makeshift torches, casting eerie shadows upon the labyrinthine walls. "I believe we are getting closer," she whispered, glancing back at Elias, who trailed behind them. "I hope so," he replied, his voice barely audible. This power we've been given, it's too much to bear sometimes." Lysandra paused, turning to face him. Her eyes held a glint of understanding in the dim light. "We didn't choose this path, Elias, but we can choose how we walk it." She offered him a reassuring smile before continuing onward. As they ventured deeper into the labyrinth, they encountered several passageways branching off from their current path. Lysandra hesitated, her gaze flickering between each option. "Which way?" she asked Elysia, who studied the walls intently. "I think this way," Elysia replied, gesturing to a narrow corridor that seemed almost hidden within the shadows. Lysandra nodded, taking the lead once more as they entered the new passageway. The air grew colder and damper, beads of condensation forming on their weapons and armor. They proceeded cautiously, their senses alert for any signs of danger lurking ahead. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the labyrinth, followed by the sound of footsteps, growing louder and louder. Lysandra's heart leapt into her throat as she turned to face Elysia and Elias, her eyes wide with fear. "They found us," she whispered. Elysia nodded grimly, drawing her weapon as they braced themselves for the inevitable confrontation. The footsteps grew closer, echoing off the ancient walls until a group of armed guards burst into view around a corner, led by the same guard leader from their previous encounter. "You are surrounded," he snarled, brandishing his sword menacingly. "Hand over the book and come peacefully, or I'll have my men tear this place apart until you surrender." Lysandra gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with determination as she raised her staff. "We won't go down without a fight," she declared, her voice echoing off the labyrinthine walls. The battle was fierce, with Lysandra and Elysia unleashing their beastly powers against the armed guards. Elias fought valiantly alongside them, his fear giving way to adrenaline as he wielded his weapon with newfound ferocity. Despite their best efforts, however, they were vastly outnumbered, and it seemed as though their pursuers would eventually overpower them. Just when all hope seemed lost, Elysia unleashed a powerful healing spell that sent waves of energy rippling through the air. The guards stumbled and cried out in pain, momentarily stunned by her magic. Lysandra seized the opportunity, striking down several of the weakened opponents with swift, decisive blows. The god leader roared in rage, lunging at Lysandra with his sword raised high. She dodged nimbly, parrying his attack and countering with a flurry of strikes that left him reeling. With a final powerful blow, she sent him crashing to the ground, defeated. As the last of the guards retreated, panting and disoriented, Lysandra stood over them, her chest heaving with exertion. Elysia and Elias joined her, their faces a mix of exhaustion and relief. "We did it," Lysandra whispered, her voice barely audible above the sound of their ragged breathing. "For now," Elysia replied solemnly, glancing back at the passageways that led deeper into the labyrinth. "But Aldrich's forces are relentless. We can't rest here." Lysandra nodded grimly, her gaze fixed on the mysterious book she still clutched tightly in her hands. "Then we continue," she said, her voice steady and resolute. "We'll find answers, and we'll stop Aldrich and his organization once and for all." The air grew thick with tension as they cautiously traversed the winding corridors of the ancient library. Lysandra's keen senses picked up on the distant echoes of footsteps and whispered voices, a clear indication that they were not alone. "We must move quickly," she warned, urging Elysia and Elias to follow her closely. "I sense more guards ahead." They moved through the passages, their only light provided by makeshift torches fashioned from the library's candles and books. The air grew colder as they descended further into the labyrinth, and Lysandra felt a strange energy emanating from deep within the heart of the ancient library. "What is that?" Elias asked, his eyes wide with fear. "It feels dangerous." "We'll find out soon enough," Elysia said grimly. "But first, we need to evade these guards." Suddenly, they heard the sound of footsteps growing louder. Lysandra led them into a hidden chamber, narrowly avoiding detection as armed guards rushed past. They quickly caught their breath, listening to the retreating echoes before continuing onward. "I have an idea," Elysia said, her voice barely above a whisper. "There's a hidden passageway nearby that leads to a camp spot near a babbling brook." Following Elysia's lead, they found the concealed entrance and stepped into a small clearing surrounded by trees and a babbling brook. They rested for a moment, catching their breath and tending to their wounds with healing herbs and potions. Lysandra spotted a large leather-bound book with gold filigree on its cover near the base of a tree. "What's that?" Elias asked, approaching the book curiously. Lysandra moved closer, examining the intricate designs etched into the cover. "I don't know, but it looks important." Elysia nodded. "We should take it with us. It might provide some answers." As they prepared to leave, a sudden commotion echoed through the woods. Armed guards were approaching the clearing, their weapons at the ready. Lysandra tensed, her muscles coiling like a spring as she prepared for battle. "We have to fight," she growled, readying her makeshift staff. "There's no other choice." The skirmish was fierce, but they emerged victorious once more. Exhausted and battered, they made their way deeper into the labyrinth, determined to find the source of the strange energy that had drawn them here. "I sense another chamber up ahead," Lysandra said, her voice barely audible. "We must be careful." They entered the new chamber, their hearts pounding with anticipation and fear. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, upon which rested a golden filigree tome that seemed to hum with power. "This is it," Elysia breathed, awestruck by the sight before them. The hidden library. As they approached the ancient tome, Lysandra felt a sudden surge of energy coursing through her veins. She knew that this was their destiny, their purpose in this strange and dangerous world. With newfound determination, she prepared to unlock the secrets within the golden filigree tome and uncover the truth about her transformation. But they were not alone. From the shadows emerged Aldrich, his eyes cold and calculating as he surveyed the trio before him. "I've been looking for you," he said, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "Your powers are too valuable to remain hidden." The battle that ensued was unlike any they had faced before. Lysandra fought with all her might, but Aldrich proved to be a formidable opponent. Elysia and Elias joined the fray, their own powers growing stronger as they battled alongside the once peaceful librarian. In the end, it was Elysia who dealt the final blow, her healing spell striking Aldrich with such force that he crumpled to the ground, defeated. But even in his moment of defeat, Aldrich's eyes held a glimmer of hope. "We will meet again," he whispered before slipping into unconsciousness. With their greatest adversary vanquished, Lysandra and her allies stood amidst the wreckage of the hidden library, their hearts heavy with the weight of their newfound power and the knowledge that their journey was far from over. Together, they would continue to uncover the secrets of this ancient realm and face whatever challenges lay ahead, knowing that they were destined for greatness. As the sun set on another day in the labyrinthine library, Lysandra gazed out at the landscape before her, a fierce determination burning within her eyes. "We must press on," she said, her voice resolute. "There's still so much to discover." Ascendant carnivorous librarian, the group approached the edge of a clearing, their makeshift torches casting eerie shadows on the winding corridors that led deeper into the labyrinth. Lysandra's eyes scanned the area, her senses alert for any signs of danger. Alicia, sensing her friend's unease, placed a comforting hand on Lysandra's shoulder. "You're not alone," she whispered. "We'll get through this together." Lysandra nodded, drawing a deep breath and stepping into the clearing. The babbling brook nearby seemed to whisper its secrets as the water flowed over stones, sending ripples throughout the area. Suddenly they heard rustling in the woods beyond, and Lysandra's heart raced. Elias drew his makeshift staff, a grim expression on his face. "Stay close," he warned the others, moving stealthily towards the source of the noise. As they approached the edge of the woods, they saw armed guards lurking in the shadows, their weapons at the ready. Lysandra's instincts took over as she transformed into a beast form, a fearsome creature that towered above the humans. Alicia and Elias stood back, watching as Lysandra charged towards the guards, roaring a challenge. The guards hesitated for a moment before responding, their leader calling out orders in a harsh voice. The group of armed men formed a defensive line, preparing to fend off the beast that had appeared before them. Lysandra lunged forward, her claws swiping through the air, as she struck down one guard after another. The others retreated, their leader shouting commands, and trying to rally his troops. Alicia and Elias joined in the fray, using their own abilities to take down the remaining guards. Finally, with the last of their attackers defeated, Lysandra transformed back into her human form. She looked around at the destruction they had wrought, her heart heavy with the weight of what she had become. Alicia and Elias approached her, both offering words of support and encouragement. "We must keep moving," Lysandra said, her voice barely a whisper. "There's no telling who else might be watching us." She turned to face the clearing, her eyes focused on the path that lay before them. "I can feel it now, something else lurking deeper in this labyrinth. We need to find answers about my transformation and uncover the truth behind Aldrich and his organization." The group set off once more, determined to press onward through the dangerous labyrinth. They knew that danger awaited them at every turn, but they were not alone. Together, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead, united in their quest for knowledge and answers about Lysandra's transformation. As they ventured deeper into the labyrinthine woods, they stumbled upon a hidden passageway leading to another chamber. Lysandra felt a strange energy emanating from it, her senses telling her that this was where they needed to go. They approached cautiously, their makeshift torches casting flickering light on the dusty walls of the chamber. Inside, they found a large leather-bound book with gold filigree on its cover. Lysandra's eyes widened as she saw the title, "The Tome of Ancient Beasts." She reached out to touch it, feeling a surge of energy course through her body. This was the information they had been searching for, the key to understanding her transformation and unlocking her full potential as a beast. But they were not the only ones who sought this knowledge. As they delved deeper into the chamber, they heard the sound of footsteps approaching from another passageway. Lysandra's heart raced as she realized that Aldrich's forces had caught up to them once more. "We must flee," Elias whispered urgently, grabbing Lysandra's arm and pulling her towards another hidden exit. They ran through the labyrinthine corridors, their pursuers close behind. Alicia covered their retreat, using her abilities to distract and confuse their enemies. They managed to shake off their pursuers for a time, but they knew that it was only a matter of time before Aldrich's forces caught up with them again. They needed a plan, and fast. As they paused in a small clearing surrounded by trees and a babbling brook, Lysandra looked at her companions, her eyes filled with determination. "We cannot keep running," she said, her voice steady despite the fear that gripped her heart. "If we are to find answers about my transformation and defeat Aldrich once and for all, we must stand our ground." Alicia and Elias nodded in agreement, their eyes locked on Lysandra as they prepared for the battle that lay ahead. They knew that this would be their greatest challenge yet, but they were ready to face whatever danger came their way. Together, they would confront Aldrich and his forces, determined to protect Lysandra and uncover the secrets of her transformation. With newfound resolve, they faced their foes in a final showdown that would decide the fate of not just them, but the entire realm. The battle raged on for hours, with neither side giving an inch, but in the end, it was Lysandra who emerged victorious, her powers growing stronger with each passing moment. As she stood over Aldrich's defeated forces, she knew that this was just the beginning of their journey. They had answers now, but there were still many mysteries to uncover and battles to fight. Together, they would continue onward through the labyrinth, seeking knowledge and truth in a world where power was everything. And as they ventured deeper into the heart of the ancient library, Lysandra knew that she had found her purpose, to protect this realm and all its inhabitants from those who sought to control them. She would be the guardian of this forgotten place, the carnivorous librarian who stood between chaos and order, darkness and light. As night descended upon them, Lysandra, Alicia, Elias, and Zara took refuge near a babbling brook. The flickering light of their makeshift campfire illuminated the small clearing surrounded by towering trees. Their weary bodies rested upon the soft mossy ground, while the scent of roasting food wafted through the air. Alicia tended to Lysandra's wounds, her hands gentle as she applied healing potions and ointments to the gashes and bruises that marred her skin. "You've come a long way," Alicia murmured, her voice laced with admiration. Lysandra winced at each touch, but forced herself to endure the discomfort. She gazed upon the golden filigree book in her hands, the source of their relentless pursuers. "I never imagined I'd become this beast." "It was meant to be," Elias offered hesitantly, his eyes downcast. The prophecy spoke of a carnivorous librarian who would rise above all others and save the realm. Zara snorted derisively. "Prophecies are often twisted by those who seek power." "I've seen it happen too many times." Lysandra looked to the other beasts, her heart heavy with the burden of responsibility. She knew they would face more challenges, but she was determined to uncover the truth behind her transformation and protect the library and its hidden knowledge from Aldrich's grasping hands. The following morning, they continued their journey through the labyrinthine corridors, weaving between winding passages and crossing over ancient bridges. As they ventured deeper into the labyrinth, a sense of unease settled upon them. The air grew colder, and whispers seemed to follow them like specters in the darkness. They stumbled upon another chamber, its walls adorned with intricate carvings depicting beasts of immense power. In the center stood a large, leather-bound book, with gold filigree on its cover. The sight took Lysandra's breath away. "The Tome of Ancient Beasts," she whispered in awe, her heart pounding. As they approached the tome, the chamber began to tremble violently. Eliza and Zara exchanged worried glances as the ground shook beneath their feet. Elias took hold of Lysandra's arm, steadying her. "It seems we're not alone," he said grimly, his eyes scanning the dark recesses of the chamber. From the shadows emerged a group of armed guards, their weapons at the ready. The guard leader stepped forward, a cold smile on his face. "I've been waiting for you," he sneered, his eyes locked onto Lysandra. "Hand over the book, and we can end this peacefully." Lysandra's eyes flashed with defiance. She gripped the ancient tome tighter, her newfound strength surging through her veins. "I will never give you what you seek," she declared, her voice steady despite the fear that coursed through her. The guard leader snarled and raised his sword, preparing to strike. But before he could act, a sudden commotion echoed from the passageway they'd come from. The sound of clashing steel and fierce roars filled the chamber as another group of guards approached them. Lysandra saw her opportunity and acted swiftly. She lunged at the guard leader, her claws slashing through his defenses like razors. The others followed suit, fending off their attackers with a ferocity born from desperation and determination. As the battle raged on, Lysandra felt something within her shift. A new power coursed through her veins, fueling her every movement. She fought with a fury she'd never known before, her senses heightened as she eviscerated her enemies. When the last guard lay defeated at their feet, Lysandra caught her breath, her heart pounding in her chest. She looked to Elysia and Zara, her eyes filled with gratitude. "We must press on," she said firmly, her voice shaking slightly. "Aldrich's organization is relentless." Ascendant carnivorous librarian as Lysandra, Elysia, Elias, and Zara made camp by a babbling brook. They discussed their next move. The weight of their mission weighed heavily on them, but hope flickered in their eyes as they knew they were one step closer to unlocking the secrets of the Tome of Ancient Beasts. Lysandra's transformation continued to confound her, and she struggled to find balance within herself. Her hunger for knowledge was insatiable, but she couldn't shake the feeling that this power was not meant for her alone. As they ate their evening meal, Elysia approached Lysandra, offering a gentle hand on her shoulder. "Lysandra," she said, "I know this is difficult for you, but we are in this together. I believe there's more to your transformation than meets the eye." Lysandra sighed deeply, looking up at Elysia with teary eyes. "You have no idea how much I wish that were true." Elias joined them, sitting down by the fire and sharing his own thoughts on their shared predicament. "We must keep moving forward," he said firmly. "The Tome of Ancient Beasts holds the key to understanding our transformations, and Aldrich's organization will stop at nothing to gain control." Zara nodded in agreement. "I won't let them win. We have to protect this library and its knowledge from those who would use it for their own power." As the night wore on, they huddled around the fire, sharing stories of their pasts and bonding over their shared struggles. Lysandra felt a sense of peace wash over her as she listened to her friends' tales. Perhaps there was something more to this transformation after all, but their moment of respite was short-lived. As dawn approached, they heard the sound of distant footsteps echoing through the labyrinthine woods. They extinguished their fire and readied themselves for what lay ahead, knowing that Aldrich's forces were closing in. They ventured deeper into the labyrinth, following a winding corridor that led them to another clearing surrounded by trees and a babbling brook. The sound of more footsteps grew louder, and soon they found themselves face to face with a group of armed guards. Lysandra felt her heart race as she braced herself for battle. The skirmish was fierce, but the group fought valiantly, using their wits and makeshift weapons to hold off the attackers. Lysandra's newfound strength proved invaluable, allowing her to fend off multiple guards at once. Elysia, Elias, and Zara fought alongside her, their determination unwavering as they defended their friends and the library. As the last of the guards fell, Lysandra felt a surge of power coursing through her veins. She looked up to see a hidden passageway behind the fallen guard leader, leading deeper into the labyrinth. Her heart raced with anticipation as she realized that this might be their ticket to uncovering the truth about her transformation and Aldrich's organization. The labyrinthine corridors seemed endless as the group moved cautiously, their eyes scanning every corner and crevice. The Tome of Ancient Beasts was heavy in Lysandra's pack, but its secrets had begun to unravel a mystery that threatened Aldrich's plans. "We should rest for the night," Elysia suggested, her ears flicking nervously. The woods up ahead looked safe. Lysandra nodded and led them toward the dense forest, her senses alert for any signs of danger. They found a small clearing surrounded by trees and a babbling brook, which provided enough cover to set up camp without being easily seen from the labyrinthine corridors. After setting up their makeshift fire, they shared stories from their pasts, creating a sense of camaraderie. As night fell, they settled down for sleep. Alicia and Lysandra took first watch, exchanging glances as they listened to the sounds of the woods. Suddenly, Alicia's ears perked up, and she pointed towards the trees. "I hear something," she whispered. Lysandra tensed, her heart pounding in her chest. She could sense movement in the darkness, a feeling that sent shivers down her spine. They exchanged knowing looks before creeping closer to the edge of the clearing. A group of armed guards emerged from the woods, their weapons at the ready. "They're looking for us," Lysandra hissed, her claws twitching in anticipation. Zara and Elias quickly woke up and joined them, readying themselves for battle. The group braced themselves as the guards approached, their leader shouting orders to capture or kill them. With a roar, Lysandra lunged at the first guard, her newfound strength allowing her to take him down effortlessly. The others followed suit, fighting with a coordination that belied their short time together. As the battle raged on, Alicia noticed something unusual about one of the guards. He seemed different, more animalistic than the others. After defeating the guard leader, they searched his body and found a small leather-bound book with gold filigree on its cover. It was unmistakably Aldrich's mark. "He's here," Alicia whispered, her eyes wide with fear. "We need to leave now." The group fled deeper into the labyrinth, their hearts racing as they tried to put distance between themselves and Aldrich's forces. They stumbled upon a hidden passageway that led them to another chamber filled with dusty manuscripts and ancient tomes. Among them, Lysandra found a large leather-bound book with gold filigree on its cover, the Tome of Ancient Beasts. "This is it," she whispered, her eyes shining with determination. "We have to find out why I was transformed." Ascendant carnivorous librarian. The moon hung low in the sky as the group huddled around a crackling campfire, their faces illuminated with a warm glow. Lysandra sat with the ancient tome held close to her chest. Alicia leaned against a tree nearby, and Elias and Zara shared stories of their past lives, each one more fantastical than the last. The fire crackled and popped, casting dancing shadows that seemed to dance along with the tales told. As the night grew darker, so did the tension in the air. Lysandra's eyes flicked towards Alicia every few moments, her ears pricked for any sign of danger. Her new senses were keen, alerting her to even the slightest sound. And then it came, a low growl from somewhere nearby. "Alicia," Lysandra whispered urgently, grabbing her by the arm and pointing towards the woods. The two women rose silently and crept towards the source of the noise, their hearts pounding in their chests. They found themselves face to face with a group of armed guards, led by a man who seemed all too familiar. "Lysandra," Aldrich growled, his eyes narrowed. "I've been looking for you." Alicia let out a soft snarl, preparing to defend their camp and their newfound knowledge. But Lysandra stepped forward, her eyes meeting Aldrich's cold gaze. "What do you want?" she asked, trying to keep the tremble out of her voice. "Why are you after me?" Aldrich sneered, his eyes scanning the group before settling back on Lysandra. "Your power. The power contained within this tome." He reached for a scroll tucked into his belt, revealing the emblem of his organization. "I will not rest until I possess it." The two women exchanged tense glances before Alicia stepped forward, her eyes flashing with determination. "You won't get it easily," she growled, readying herself for battle. As the skirmish began, Lysandra felt a surge of power coursing through her veins. She roared, transforming into her carnivorous form, ready to fight. The guards, taken aback by her sudden change, stumbled back in fear, but they quickly regained their composure and attacked, determined to capture the beast before them. The battle was fierce, with Lysandra using all of her cunning and strength to hold off the armed guards. Alicia fought alongside her, protecting the others from harm. Elias and Zara joined in, their past lives lending them a unique edge in combat. As the minutes ticked by, it seemed as though they might actually survive this encounter. But then, another growl echoed through the woods. Aldrich had summoned reinforcements. The group was surrounded, outnumbered, and in grave danger. Lysandra felt her resolve wavering, but Alicia's eyes burned with determination. we have to get out of here, she shouted over the noise of the battle. We can't defeat them all. Lysandra nodded, knowing that Alicia was right. They retreated into the woods, weaving through the trees and trying to lose their pursuers. The guards followed close behind, determined not to let them escape. As they reached a clearing, Lysandra saw it, another chamber hidden within the labyrinth. She felt a sudden surge of hope and desperation, knowing that this could be their only chance to find answers about her transformation and Aldrich's organization. With newfound determination, she led the group towards the chamber, her heart pounding in her chest. The entrance was guarded by a fierce beast, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. Lysandra hesitated, unsure if they could fight their way past it. But Alicia stepped forward, her eyes meeting the beast's gaze. "We mean you no harm," she called out softly. "But we need to pass." The beast growled, seeming to understand her words. It stepped aside, allowing them entry into the chamber. The group breathed a sigh of relief as they entered, the door closing behind them with a loud thud. Inside, they found themselves surrounded by ancient tomes and artifacts, their eyes widening in awe at the sight before them. Lysandra's gaze was immediately drawn to one book in particular, the Tome of Ancient Beasts. She felt an inexplicable pull towards it, knowing that it held the answers she sought. As they delved deeper into the chamber, they discovered something even more shocking, a hidden library within the labyrinth. This was a place where knowledge was power, and Lysandra realized that her transformation had been intentional. The group exchanged worried glances, their hearts heavy with the weight of their newfound knowledge. They knew that Aldrich would stop at nothing to possess the Tome of Ancient Beasts and harness its power. But they also knew that they couldn't allow that to happen. They would have to find a way to evolve, to become stronger, if they were to survive this dangerous journey. As the sun began to rise, casting light through the chamber windows, Lysandra felt a newfound determination burning within her. She closed her eyes, focusing on the power coursing through her veins. With a deep breath, she opened her eyes and faced her companions. "We have to find a way to evolve," she said firmly. "If we're going to survive this, we need to become stronger." Her words hung in the air as the group looked at one another, their faces serious and determined. They knew that the road ahead would be difficult, but they also knew that they couldn't turn back now. Together, they would face whatever challenges lay before them, and find a way to uncover the truth about Lysandra's transformation and Aldrich's organization. The group spent the day exploring the hidden library, discovering ancient scrolls and manuscripts that offered clues about evolving into powerful beasts. They learned of the impending apocalypse and the role they were destined to play in it. Lysandra felt a strange sense of purpose growing within her, knowing that she was meant for something greater than she ever imagined. As night fell once more, they made their way back to their makeshift camp near a babbling brook. Exhausted but determined, they settled down for the night, their minds filled with newfound knowledge and the weight of their mission. Lysandra felt her heart racing as she closed her eyes, knowing that tomorrow would bring new challenges and dangers. But she also knew that she was not alone. She had Alicia, Elias, and Zara by her side, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Together, they would navigate the dangerous labyrinth of the library, evolve and uncover the truth about Lysandra's transformation, and fight against Aldrich and his organization for control over knowledge itself. As she drifted off to sleep, Lysandra felt a strange sense of peace wash over her. She knew that this journey would be difficult, but she also knew that it was one she was meant to take. With renewed determination, she closed her eyes and surrendered to the night. The next day, they continued their journey through the labyrinth, each step bringing them closer to uncovering the truth about Lysandra's transformation and Aldrich's organization. They faced new challenges and dangers at every turn, but they also discovered ancient tomes that held the key to their evolution. As they navigated the winding corridors of the labyrinth, Lysandra felt her power growing stronger with each passing day. She began to understand the true extent of her abilities and the potential she held within herself. With Alicia, Elias, and Zara by her side, she knew that she could face anything that came her way. But as they neared the heart of the labyrinth, they realized that Aldrich was closing in on them. His organization had discovered their location and was determined to capture Lysandra and the Tome of Ancient Beasts. The group knew that they would have to confront him if they were to survive. As they approached the final chamber, Lysandra felt a strange sense of calm wash over her. She knew that this was it, their chance to face Aldrich and put an end to his pursuit once and for all. With Alicia, Elias, and Zara by her side, she stepped into the chamber, ready to face whatever lay before them. The battle was fierce and brutal, with Lysandra using every ounce of her strength and cunning to hold off Aldrich's forces. But in the end, it was Alicia who delivered the final blow, striking Aldrich down with a well-placed strike. As he lay there defeated, Lysandra felt a strange sense of triumph wash over her. With Aldrich out of the way, they turned their attention to the Tome of Ancient Beasts. They spent days studying its pages, learning the secrets it held and discovering the true extent of their power. As they evolved, becoming stronger and more powerful than ever before, Lysandra felt a sense of pride and accomplishment wash over her. But she also knew that their journey was far from over. There were still many mysteries to uncover and challenges to face. Together, they would continue to navigate the dangerous labyrinth of the library, evolve, and uncover the truth about Lysandra's transformation. And as they did so, they would become legends, the ascendant carnivorous librarians, guardians of knowledge in a world where it was power. As the sun set on their latest adventure, Lysandra looked out over the labyrinth, her heart filled with gratitude and determination. She knew that this was just the beginning of their journey, but she also knew that they would face whatever challenges lay before them together. With Alicia, Elias, and Zara by her side, she felt a strange sense of peace wash over her. Together, they had faced insurmountable odds and emerged victorious. They had discovered ancient secrets and uncovered the truth about Lysandra's transformation. And they had become stronger, more powerful than ever before. As they looked out over the labyrinth, they knew that their journey was far from over. But they also knew that they were ready for whatever lay ahead. The labyrinthine corridors stretched out before them like a maze, twisting and turning in ways that defied logic or reason. Lysandra, Alicia, Zara, Elias, and their fellow beasts moved cautiously through the dimly lit passages, making their way deeper into the heart of the labyrinth. Lysandra's eyes flickered with an otherworldly glow as she peered into the darkness, her senses heightened by the power coursing through her veins. The group had come across a hidden library within the labyrinth, containing ancient knowledge that might hold the key to understanding their transformations and the mysterious organization behind it all. As they delved deeper, Alicia, a fellow beast who had become an unlikely ally, whispered to Lysandra, "We're being watched." Her voice was barely audible, but Lysandra caught every word as if on the wind. "How can you tell?" asked Zara, her eyes narrowing warily. The fierce warrior had a keen instinct for danger, and she trusted Alicia's senses more than her own at times. Alicia paused for a moment, considering whether to reveal what she knew. "The air feels charged here," she explained, "and I can sense the presence of others nearby." Lysandra nodded, already reaching into her makeshift pack for one of their healing potions and a handful of herbs. She swallowed the medicine, feeling it course through her veins, granting her renewed strength and clarity. Then, she looked to Elias and the guard leader, who led the group's efforts in combat. "Prepare ourselves," she said firmly. "We must be ready for whatever awaits us." As they moved deeper into the labyrinthine library, the air grew thick with tension. The group tread carefully, their senses alert to any signs of danger. They could hear the distant sounds of footsteps, echoing through the winding corridors, growing louder and more urgent as they approached a clearing surrounded by trees and a babbling brook. Suddenly, a group of armed guards emerged from the shadows, their weapons at the ready. Lysandra bristled, her muscles tensing as she prepared to face them head-on. Alicia stood beside her, her eyes glowing with an eerie light that seemed to match Lysandra's own. The guard leader stepped forward, his voice cold and menacing. "You are trespassing within Aldrich's domain," he sneered, "and he will not tolerate such insubordination." Lysandra's gaze locked onto the guard leader, her eyes flashing with determination. She knew that Aldrich sought to harness their power for his own gain, and would stop at nothing to capture them. But she also knew that she could not allow herself to be taken without a fight. With a roar that echoed through the labyrinth, Lysandra charged towards the guards, her newfound strength and agility allowing her to close the distance between them in an instant. The group followed suit, their combined might overwhelming the guards, who fell before them like dominoes. As they emerged from the fray, panting and exhausted, Lysandra turned to Alicia, her eyes filled with gratitude. "We must press on," she said firmly. "Aldrich will not rest until we are captured or destroyed." Ascendant carnivorous librarian Lysandra, Alicia, Zara Elias, and their allies huddled around a makeshift campfire in a small clearing surrounded by trees and a babbling brook. The flickering light danced across their tired faces, each bearing the weight of their past struggles, and the knowledge that Aldrich's organization was relentless in its pursuit. Alicia looked up at the stars, her eyes reflecting the fire's glow. "We've come a long way since we first entered this labyrinth," she said softly, "but I fear our journey is far from over." Zara grunted in agreement, her gaze never leaving the surrounding woods. "Aldrich will not stop until we are captured or destroyed," she warned. "We must be vigilant." Elias's brow furrowed as he stared at the tome of ancient beasts he held tightly to his chest. "I can feel its power growing within me, but it is a double-edged sword," he admitted. "It gives me strength and knowledge, but also weighs heavily on my mind." Lysandra sighed, her thoughts swirling with memories of her peaceful life as a librarian and the fearsome beast she had become. "We must continue our quest and uncover the truth about this transformation," she said resolutely. "It is our only hope for survival in this world that has changed so drastically." As they shared stories around the campfire, their bond deepened. They discussed strategies to outwit Aldrich's forces and protect each other from danger. The night wore on, and eventually, they settled down by the babbling brook for much-needed rest. The following morning, Lysandra awoke with a start, her senses alerting her to movement nearby. She quietly woke Alicia, Zara, Elias, and the others, motioning towards the woods. Together, they approached the edge of the clearing cautiously, their weapons ready. A group of armed guards emerged from the dense foliage, led by a tall, imposing figure who Lysandra recognized as the guard leader. "Lysandra, we've been looking for you," he growled. "Surrender now, and I promise you will not be harmed." "I'm afraid I can't do that," Lysandra replied coolly, her eyes never leaving the guard leader. "The tome of ancient beasts is our only hope for survival in this world. We won't let it fall into Aldrich's hands." A tense standoff ensued, each side watching the other warily. Lysandra felt the power within her surge as she prepared to defend herself and her allies against the armed guards. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from another part of the labyrinth, drawing their attention away. Seizing the opportunity, Lysandra and her group slipped back into the cover of the woods, using the distraction to escape the guard leader and his men. They knew that Aldrich would not give up easily, but they had learned to adapt and evolve in this labyrinthine world. With the tome of ancient beasts in their possession, they held a key piece of knowledge that could change everything. As they ventured deeper into the labyrinth, Lysandra felt her connection to the ancient library growing stronger. She sensed hidden passages and chambers calling out to her, whispering secrets that promised answers to the questions she had been asking herself since her transformation. One day, as they rested by another babbling brook, Lysandra noticed a small clearing surrounded by trees. A faint glow emanated from within, drawing her closer. She approached cautiously, her senses on high alert. Inside the clearing, she discovered a hidden library nestled among the trees. Ancient scrolls and dusty manuscripts lined the walls, while a large leather-bound book with gold filigree on its cover lay open on a stone pedestal. Lysandra felt an overwhelming sense of purpose wash over her as she stepped closer to the ancient library. The sun had barely risen over the labyrinthine woods as Lysandra, Lygia, Zara, Elias, and their fellow beasts gathered around a campfire, their faces etched with fatigue and determination. They were well aware that Aldrich's pursuit never ceased. The guard leader had been relentless in his attempts to capture them, always one step behind, but never too far away. Elysia's amber eyes flickered nervously as she gazed into the dancing flames, her thoughts filled with worry about their impending confrontation with Aldrich's forces. "We must be cautious," she warned, her voice barely audible above the crackling fire. "The guard leader will return, and this time he may bring reinforcements." Lysandra nodded solemnly, the weight of her newfound strength pressing heavily upon her shoulders. "We cannot afford to make a mistake now. We must be prepared for anything they throw at us." She picked up a makeshift torch and began pacing around the campfire, deep in thought. The following morning found them venturing deeper into the labyrinth, their senses heightened as they searched for any sign of Aldrich's forces. The winding corridors seemed to stretch on for miles, with no end in sight. Lysandra's nose twitched at a familiar scent, one she hadn't smelled in centuries: parchment and dust. "The library!" she exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement and fear. "We must find it before Aldrich does." Without hesitation, they followed the scent, their hearts pounding as they ventured deeper into the labyrinth. After hours of searching, Lysandra's senses finally led them to a hidden chamber. The air inside was thick with dust and centuries-old knowledge, and the walls were lined with ancient scrolls, dusty manuscripts, and leather-bound books with golden filigree. Lysandra's eyes widened in awe as she took in the sight before her, the library within the labyrinth. As they delved deeper into the hidden library, Lysandra discovered that her transformation was no accident. The ancient tomes contained knowledge of powerful beasts and the organization behind their creation, the very organization Aldrich represented. Her heart raced as she realized that her destiny was intertwined with this mysterious group's intentions. But they were not alone in the library. As they searched for answers, they encountered another beast, one who seemed to know more about the library and its secrets than anyone else. It was a creature of immense power, unlike anything they had ever seen before. Lysandra felt a strange connection with this being, as if they shared a common destiny. With newfound determination, she approached the stranger, her eyes filled with questions. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice echoing off the ancient walls. The beast regarded her for a moment before speaking in a voice that resonated throughout the chamber. "I am the guardian of this library," it said. "I have been watching your journey from afar, sensing the power within you." "You are not alone in your struggles, Lysandra." Lysandra's heart raced as she listened to the stranger's words, her mind reeling with possibilities. Could this being hold the key to unlocking her true potential? And if so, could they help her stop Aldrich and his organization before it was too late? With newfound hope, she looked to Lygia, Zara, and Elias, knowing that their fate was about to be irrevocably changed. Ascendant carnivorous librarian. The moon cast a silvery glow on the clearing surrounded by trees and a babbling brook as Lysandra and her companions sat around their makeshift campfire. The warmth of the fire was a stark contrast to the chill in the air, and they all felt a sense of respite after days spent navigating the labyrinthine corridors. Elysia leaned against a tree, her eyes reflecting the dancing flames. "I can't shake the feeling that we aren't alone," she said softly, glancing around nervously. Lysandra looked up from examining one of the healing potions they had found earlier in the day. "We must trust our instincts, Elysia. But for now, let us rest and recover." Aldrich's forces had been relentless, ambushing them at every turn. Their latest skirmish left them weary, but not defeated. The tome of ancient beasts they discovered held knowledge that could change the balance of power in their world, and Lysandra knew it was too precious to fall into Aldrich's hands. "We should move out before dawn," Zara suggested, her gaze scanning the tree line. The woods are safer during the day. Lysandra nodded, her eyes focused on the book she held. She could feel the power emanating from it, a tantalizing promise of answers and strength. With new determination, she said, "We must press on, friends. The tome holds our destiny, and we will not rest until we uncover its secrets." With that, they extinguished their fire, gathered their belongings, and set off towards the labyrinthine woods, following a narrow path through the trees. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Lysandra felt a strange sensation, like an inner voice guiding her. It was as if the library itself whispered secrets to her, leading her onward. The forest grew thicker and denser as they journeyed further, but Lysandra's instincts remained unshakable. They reached another clearing surrounded by trees and a babbling brook, and it was there that they stumbled upon the hidden passageway. The passageway was narrow and dimly lit, but Lysandra could sense that it led deeper into the labyrinth. With hesitation, she led her companions down the winding corridor, their hearts pounding in their chests as they ventured ever further from the safety of the woods. After what felt like hours, they came upon another chamber, its walls adorned with intricate carvings depicting scenes of ancient beasts and powerful sorcerers. Lysandra's breath caught in her throat as she recognized the symbols from the Tome of Ancient Beasts. "This is it," she murmured, her eyes wide with awe. "We've found the hidden library within the labyrinth." They ventured deeper into the chamber, their hearts pounding with anticipation and fear. The air was thick with magic, and Lysandra could feel her senses sharpening as they approached the center of the room. There, on a pedestal, lay a large leather-bound book with gold filigree on its cover, identical to the one she held in her hands. As Lysandra reached out to touch it, a sudden burst of light filled the chamber, and a voice echoed through the air. "You have come far, seeker of knowledge. The library welcomes you." Lysandra's companions gasped at the sight of a figure standing before them, dressed in flowing robes adorned with symbols and runes. She was an ancient being, her eyes glowing with power. Lysandra felt a strange connection to this being, as if they shared a bond forged by destiny. "I have been waiting for you," the figure said, her voice echoing through the chamber. "The Tome of Ancient Beasts speaks of your arrival. Your transformation was not an accident, Lysandra. You were chosen to guide these times." Lysandra felt a wave of emotions wash over her as she stood before this ancient being. She knew that their quest had taken a turn for the extraordinary, and she could feel the weight of her destiny pressing down upon her shoulders. "I will help you," the figure said softly. "Together, we can uncover the secrets of the tome and protect the library from those who seek to control its power." Lysandra nodded, her resolve strengthening with each word spoken by this ancient guardian. She knew that their journey was far from over, but she felt a newfound sense of purpose. Together with Elysia Zara and the other companions they had made along the way, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead, guided by the wisdom of the library and the power of their evolving forms. As they left the hidden library, Lysandra felt a newfound determination coursing through her veins. She knew that Aldrich's organization was still pursuing them, but she also knew that they were not alone. They had found an ally in the Ancient Guardian, and together, they would face whatever trials lay ahead. The air was thick with tension as the group tread through the winding corridors of the labyrinthine woods. Lysandra and Elysia walked side by side, their eyes scanning for any sign of danger. The Tome of Ancient Beasts hung from Lysandra's waist, its golden filigree shining in the dim light cast by makeshift torches. Ahead, Zara kept a watchful eye on their surroundings, her keen senses alert for any threats. Behind them, Elias and the guard leader followed closely, discussing strategies to outmaneuver Aldrich's forces. As they ventured deeper into the labyrinth, Lysandra felt an unsettling presence lurking nearby. She tightened her grip on the Tome of Ancient Beasts, sensing that their pursuers were closing in. The group quickened their pace, knowing that time was running out. A sudden rustle in the underbrush made Elysia halt, her sharp eyes focusing on a movement ahead. Guards, she whispered urgently, pointing towards a small clearing surrounded by trees and a babbling brook. The group hid behind a large tree, as a group of armed guards emerged from the woods, their weapons glinting ominously in the moonlight. "We need to take them out quickly," Zara growled, her eyes narrowed with determination. "I'll draw them off." She dashed towards the clearing, her powerful form eliciting a surprised cry from one of the guards. The group watched as she engaged the guards in battle, her swift movements and ferocity proving to be more than they could handle. Meanwhile, Lysandra, Elias, and the guard leader crept towards the edge of the clearing, their weapons at the ready. As Zara fought valiantly against her attackers, the group prepared to strike. "On my mark," the guard leader whispered, "we need to take them out fast." They waited for a moment, watching as Zara's battle raged on. Suddenly, she cried out in pain, and Lysandra could sense that she was in trouble. The guard leader gave the signal, and the group charged into the fray. The battle was fierce, with guards fighting back viciously. But the combined efforts of Lysandra, Elias, and the guard leader proved too much for them. One by one, the guards fell, until only the guard leader remained standing against Zara. He lunged at her, a desperate attempt to save himself, but she was too strong. With a final, powerful strike, he collapsed beside his fallen comrades. The group caught their breath as they surveyed the aftermath of the skirmish. Lysandra approached Zara, who was panting heavily from the battle. "Are you all right?" she asked, her voice filled with concern. Zara nodded, still catching her breath. "I'll be fine," she gasped, "but we can't linger here." She gestured towards the babbling brook nearby. "We need to clean our wounds and press on." The group made their way to the water's edge, dipping their hands into its cool waters to cleanse their wounds and refresh themselves. As they sat by the babbling brook, Lysandra couldn't shake off a feeling of unease. She knew that Aldrich's forces would not give up so easily. They needed to move quickly if they wanted to stay ahead. "We can't rest for long," she said, her voice filled with determination. "We need to find the hidden library within the labyrinth and unlock its secrets." The group nodded, understanding the gravity of their situation. They knew that time was running out, and Aldrich's forces would not be far behind. As they continued their journey through the labyrinthine woods, Lysandra couldn't help but feel a growing sense of urgency. She knew that they were being watched, that Aldrich's organization was relentless in their pursuit. But she also felt a newfound resolve within herself. She would not let them take the tome of ancient beasts or her friends. Together, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead and uncover the truth about her transformation. They pressed on through the winding corridors, their journey becoming more treacherous as they ventured deeper into the labyrinth. Lysandra sensed that they were being led towards a hidden chamber, one that might hold the answers they sought. The air grew colder and darker as they entered a narrow passageway, the walls closing in around them like a vice. Finally, they reached their destination, a small clearing surrounded by trees and another babbling brook. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient library, its doors carved with intricate designs that seemed to shimmer in the moonlight. Lysandra felt her heart race as she approached the entrance, knowing that this was the moment they had been searching for. Together, they stepped into the library, their eyes wide with awe and wonder. The air inside was warm and inviting, filled with the scent of ancient books and parchment. They began to explore the vast halls, marveling at the countless scrolls and manuscripts that lined the shelves. As they delved deeper into the library, Lysandra couldn't help but feel a growing sense of unease. She sensed that there was something more here, something hidden within the labyrinthine corridors. Her instincts told her to be cautious, to keep their guard up. But as they continued to explore, they stumbled upon a small chamber tucked away in one of the corners. Inside, they found an ancient book bound in leather and adorned with golden filigree, the Tome of Ancient Beasts. Lysandra's heart raced as she approached it, her eyes tracing over the intricate designs etched into its cover. With trembling hands, she opened the tome, revealing pages filled with stories of ancient beasts and their transformations. As she began to read, she felt a strange sensation wash over her, as if the words were resonating within her very soul. She could feel the power of the tome pulsing through her veins, filling her with a newfound strength and determination. Elijah watched as Lysandra studied the ancient tome, her eyes filled with wonder. "This is incredible," she whispered, awestruck by the knowledge contained within its pages. Elias and the guard leader stood nearby, their expressions thoughtful as they observed Lysandra's reaction. Zara, however, remained skeptical. "We can't stay here long," she warned, her voice filled with caution. "Aldrich's forces will find us eventually." Lysandra nodded, understanding the gravity of their situation. But she also knew that they had come too far to turn back now. "We need to learn as much as we can from this book," she said, determination shining in her eyes. "It may hold the key to stopping Aldrich and his organization." With a renewed sense of purpose, they delved deeper into the hidden library, searching for more answers within its ancient pages. As they explored, Lysandra felt a growing connection to the Tome of Ancient Beasts, as if it was guiding her towards something important. She knew that they were on the brink of discovering a truth that could change everything. But little did they know, Aldrich and his forces were closing in. The air grew colder and darker as their pursuers drew near, their intentions clear: to capture Lysandra and seize control of the Tome of Ancient Beasts for themselves. As the group continued to explore the hidden library, they had no idea that their greatest challenge was about to begin. Ascendant carnivorous librarian, as the moon cast long shadows over the labyrinthine woods, Lysandra and Elysia cautiously approached a clearing surrounded by trees and a babbling brook. Their hearts raced as they scanned the area for any signs of danger. "Do you sense anything?" Elysia whispered, her ears twitching. "I don't pick up anything unusual." Lysandra took a deep breath, closing her eyes and focusing on the stillness around them. She felt a sudden surge in awareness, the energy of the labyrinth humming through her veins. A faint scent reached her nostrils, a hint of parchment and dusty tomes. Her heart quickened as she followed its trail towards a hidden passageway. "This way," Lysandra whispered, her voice barely audible. She led Elysia down the winding corridors, their footsteps muffled by the thick carpets of moss beneath them. As they moved deeper into the labyrinth, the air grew colder and heavier with the weight of ancient knowledge. Finally, they reached a small clearing surrounded by trees and another babbling brook, where they found an entrance to the hidden library within the labyrinth. The sight took their breath away. Hundreds upon hundreds of leather-bound books, with golden filigree covers lined the walls, reaching up towards the ceiling high above them. "This must be it," Elysia breathed, her eyes wide with awe. "The hidden library." Lysandra nodded, her heart racing as she stepped forward into the dimly lit chamber. The air was thick with dust and the scent of ancient parchment, but there was an energy here that seemed to call out to them a promise of answers, waiting to be discovered within its pages. They spent hours searching through the books, reading countless manuscripts filled with tales of powerful beasts and their transformations. Lysandra felt a strange connection to these stories, as if they were echoes from her past that she couldn't quite remember. Her heart ached with longing for the knowledge they held, but the weight of what she was discovering weighed heavily on her shoulders. As they sifted through the ancient texts, they stumbled upon a large leather-bound book, with gold filigree on its cover, the Tome of Ancient Beasts. Lysandra's eyes widened as she recognized it from her dreams. With trembling hands, she reached out and carefully opened the book, feeling a surge of energy rush through her, as if she was drawing upon the power of all the beasts that had come before her. Suddenly, they heard the sound of footsteps echoing through the labyrinth. Lysandra looked up from the Tome of Ancient Beasts, her heart pounding in her chest. She knew it was Aldrich and his forces. They had found them at last. "We have to go," Elysia whispered urgently. "They're coming." Lysandra nodded, clutching the tome of ancient beasts close to her chest as she followed Elysia through the hidden library, her heart racing with fear and determination. Together, they fought their way past armed guards sent by Aldrich's organization, dodging blows and using their newfound strength to defend themselves. Finally, they reached a chamber where they found a makeshift campfire, and Elysia helped Lysandra tend to her wounds. As she healed, Lysandra couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. She knew that Aldrich would not stop until he had the Tome of Ancient Beasts in his possession. "We need a plan," Lysandra said, her voice barely above a whisper. "We can't keep running forever." Elysia nodded. "I have an idea. There's another hidden library deep within the labyrinth that might hold the key to defeating Aldrich and his organization for good." As they ventured deeper into the labyrinth, Lysandra couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. She knew that Aldrich would not rest until he had captured them both and taken control of the Tome of Ancient Beasts. But she also felt a newfound determination. She would not let him win without a fight. In the stillness of the night, Lysandra stood guard near their makeshift campfire in a small clearing surrounded by trees and a babbling brook. The flames flickered, casting eerie shadows across her face. Elysia sat nearby, her eyes focused on the horizon, as she scanned for any sign of danger. "Are you certain we're safe here?" Elysia asked. "I don't trust this place." "We can't linger long," Lysandra replied, looking at the Tome of Ancient Beasts tucked securely in her satchel. "We must press on and find answers." Elysia nodded. "I know you're right. But it feels like we're being watched." "There's no time to discuss paranoia," Lysandra said, standing up tall. "We have work to do." As they ventured deeper into the labyrinthine corridors, they came upon a small clearing surrounded by trees and another babbling brook. A hidden passageway led off into the woods, beckoning them forward. Elysia hesitated before stepping through the narrow opening, but Lysandra urged her on. "We may find something useful in there," she said, "or at least avoid being discovered." They entered the winding corridors and found themselves in another chamber. The walls were lined with shelves filled with ancient tomes, some covered in dust while others gleamed in the dim light. Lysandra approached a small clearing surrounded by trees and another babbling brook, feeling a sense of familiarity wash over her as she remembered her dreams. "This place, it feels like it's been here for centuries," she murmured. "Perhaps we can find something that will help us evolve further." Elysia agreed, and they began searching the shelves, pulling out dusty manuscripts and scrolls to examine them for clues. As they sifted through the books, a loud crashing echoed through the passageways, making them freeze in fear. "Someone's coming," Elysia whispered urgently. Lysandra's heart raced as she grabbed the Tome of Ancient Beasts and pulled out her makeshift staff. They sprinted towards another hidden passageway, narrowly escaping a group of armed guards who had been following them. The chase continued through the labyrinthine woods until they reached their camp by a babbling brook. "We can't rest here," Lysandra said, panting heavily. "They'll find us." Elysia nodded in agreement as they quickly packed up their things and set off once more, running through the winding corridors. They eventually found a hidden camp spot with a makeshift fire, where they could catch their breath and tend to any wounds. "We should rest for now," Elysia suggested. "But we can't stay here long." As they huddled around the fire, Lysandra couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching them. She scanned the area carefully, her eyes darting back and forth between the trees. "We need to be vigilant," she said. "They won't give up until we're captured." Elysia nodded gravely. "I know. I don't want this to end like it did before." Lysandra sighed, reaching out to comfort her friend. "We won't let that happen again. We have each other now, and we won't back down." Ascendant carnivorous librarian Lysandra and Elysia rested by a babbling brook, their makeshift campfire crackling nearby. Lysandra's eyes were closed as she let the heat from the fire warm her body, her muscles still tense from their recent encounter with Aldrich's guards. "I can't believe we managed to escape again," Elysia said, breaking the silence of the forest night. It seems like they never stop coming. Lysandra opened her eyes, a determined glint in them. We must find another way to outsmart Aldrich and his organization. She responded. The Tome of Ancient Beasts holds valuable knowledge that could help us evolve further and protect ourselves from their attacks. Alicia nodded in agreement. You're right. We should consider our options carefully. I've heard rumors about hidden passageways within the labyrinth, ones that Aldrich might not know of yet. Lysandra stood up, stretching her limbs. That could be just what we need. If there are such passageways, they would offer us an opportunity to advance without being detected. The two beasts finished packing their belongings and continued onward through the labyrinthine corridors, following faint traces of a hidden path that Alicia had discovered. The night air was cool and damp as they navigated the winding passages, careful to avoid any traps or ambushes from Aldrich's forces. After hours of searching, they found themselves in a small clearing surrounded by trees and another babbling brook. In the center of the clearing stood a makeshift campfire, and Lysandra could make out the shapes of two figures sitting nearby. Elias? Lysandra whispered as she approached the campfire. Zara? What are you doing here? Elias looked up from his scrolls, a look of surprise on his face. Lysandra! Elysia! He exclaimed, standing up to greet them. We found this hidden passageway and decided to set up camp here for the night. Zara, her eyes gleaming with determination, turned to address Lysandra. I'm glad you made it. We have much to discuss, she said, gesturing towards a nearby chamber where they could talk privately. The four beasts entered the chamber and sat down on rough wooden benches that lined the walls. Elysia handed Lysandra a scroll that contained information about hidden passageways within the labyrinth. This is what I found, she explained, pointing to various passages and secret doors marked on the map. These are likely the ones Aldrich's forces haven't discovered yet. Lysandra scanned the map, her heart racing at the possibilities it presented. We must be careful, she warned. But this could give us a significant advantage in our search for the Tome of Ancient Beasts. As they continued their discussion, they heard the distant sound of footsteps echoing through the labyrinth. Lysandra's instincts kicked into high gear as she realized that Aldrich and his forces were closing in on them. We need to move quickly, she said, grabbing her makeshift staff. They are getting closer. The group hurried out of the chamber, making their way through the winding corridors towards a hidden passageway Elysia had found earlier. They sprinted through the passages, their hearts pounding as they tried to evade Aldrich's forces. Hold on, Zara shouted, pulling up short as they reached the end of the passageway. Aldrich and his men are in this clearing. We need to be careful. Lysandra, Elysia, Elias, and Zara crept forward, peering around the corner to get a better look at their enemies. Aldrich stood at the center of the clearing, surrounded by a group of armed guards. As they watched, he raised his hand, signaling for his men to move out. They're leaving, Lysandra whispered urgently. We need to follow them and find out where they are going. The beasts crept through the woods, staying hidden as they trailed Aldrich's forces. They followed them into another clearing surrounded by trees and a babbling brook, where Aldrich and his men stopped to rest for the night. We should split up, Lysandra suggested, gesturing towards the surrounding woods. Elysia, you take Elias and follow Aldrich's group while Zara and I find out what they are planning. The two groups separated, each setting off in a different direction. As Lysandra moved through the woods, she felt a sense of determination burning within her. She was no longer just a librarian. She was a beast, and it was time to take control of her own destiny. The night wore on as Lysandra and Zara shadowed Aldrich's forces, learning more about their plans to capture the Tome of Ancient Beasts and harness its power for themselves. They realized that they needed to act quickly if they wanted to stop Aldrich and his organization from succeeding in their quest. As dawn broke, Lysandra and Zara returned to camp, ready to share their findings with Elysia and Elias. Together, The four beasts discussed their options and devised a plan to thwart Aldrich's efforts once and for all. "We must move quickly," Lysandra declared, her eyes gleaming with determination. "Aldrich will stop at nothing to obtain the Tome of Ancient Beasts, and we cannot let him succeed." The four beasts set off deeper into the labyrinth, following a hidden passageway that would lead them directly to Aldrich's forces. They knew the challenges they faced were immense, but they also knew that failure was not an option. Together, they would face whatever awaited them and fight for their right to control their own destinies. As they moved through the labyrinth, Lysandra could feel her power growing within her. She knew that she was becoming more than just a beast. She was becoming something greater, something powerful enough to challenge Aldrich and his organization. And as they stepped into the hidden chamber where the Tome of Ancient Beasts lay waiting, she knew that their journey had finally reached its climax. The battle that followed was fierce and brutal, but in the end, Lysandra and her allies emerged victorious. Aldrich lay defeated, his dreams of power shattered as he stared up at the four beasts who stood over him. "We did it," Lysandra whispered, tears streaming down her face. "We saved the Tome of Ancient Beasts." Elysia and Zara nodded in agreement, while Elias looked on with a mixture of pride and relief. Together, they had fought against all odds to protect the ancient knowledge contained within the tome, and they had succeeded. As they left the chamber, Lysandra felt a sense of peace wash over her. She knew that their journey had been difficult, but she also knew that it had been worth it. They had faced danger, adversity, and even death, but they had emerged stronger than ever before. The four beasts continued on their way through the labyrinth, knowing that their path ahead was uncertain. But they also knew that they were no longer just four ordinary beasts. They were the ascendant carnivorous librarians, defenders of the Tome of Ancient Beasts, and champions of a new era. And as they ventured deeper into the labyrinth, Lysandra couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement at what lay ahead. She knew that their journey was far from over, but she also knew that they were ready to face whatever challenges awaited them. Together, they would continue to evolve, grow stronger, and protect the ancient knowledge within the Tome of Ancient Beasts. For Lysandra, Elysia, Zara, and Elias, their journey had only just begun. They were no longer simply beasts. They were legends in the making, destined to change the course of history forever. And as they moved deeper into the labyrinth, they knew that their fate was in their own hands. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting eerie shadows across the labyrinthine woods. Lysandra stood guard near their makeshift campfire, her gaze fixed on a small clearing surrounded by trees and a babbling brook. The others rested nearby, their eyes heavy with exhaustion. Elysia approached, her own eyes scanning the area cautiously. "Are you all right?" she asked quietly, sensing Lysandra's tension. "I cannot shake this feeling," Lysandra said, a hint of frustration in her voice. "We are being watched." Elysia nodded. "I agree. But we must rest. We've been traveling for days." She gestured towards the campfire. "Let's get some sleep before we set out again tomorrow." As they settled down, Lysandra could not shake the feeling of unease that gripped her heart. Her newfound strength and power had grown significantly since their transformation, but it came with a heavy price. Hunger gnawed at her constantly, and she struggled to control it. She longed for answers about her transformation and her purpose in this strange world. During the night, Lysandra was awakened by the sound of footsteps nearby. Adrenaline surged through her veins as she sprang into action, snatching a makeshift torch from the ground. Elysia awoke and followed suit, readying their weapons. A group of armed guards emerged from the shadows, their faces illuminated by the flickering firelight. Lysandra bared her teeth menacingly, her eyes narrowed with determination as she prepared for battle. They engaged in combat, their makeshift staffs and torches clashing against the steel weapons of their enemies. The fight was fierce, but Lysandra's newfound powers proved to be a formidable advantage. With each strike, her strength seemed to grow stronger, and she felt an exhilarating rush of power coursing through her veins. The battle raged on for what felt like hours, until the last guard crumbled to the ground, defeated. Elysia approached Lysandra, who stood over the fallen guards, panting heavily. "We must move," she said urgently. "They are sending more men." Lysandra nodded and turned her attention towards the campfire. The others were still asleep. They had no time to waste. She gently shook them awake, explaining the situation in hushed tones. With renewed determination, they gathered their belongings and set off once more into the labyrinth, leaving the battlefield behind. As they traveled deeper into the woods, Lysandra couldn't shake the feeling that their pursuers were closing in on them. She knew they had to find answers about her transformation and the tome of ancient beasts if they were to survive, and so she pressed onward, determined to uncover the truth, no matter what lay ahead. The following day, as they made their way through winding corridors and small clearings surrounded by babbling brooks, Lysandra sensed something different about this part of the labyrinth. A subtle shift in the air, a change in the energy that seemed to resonate with her very core. As they approached another clearing, she spotted it, a hidden passageway, barely visible amongst the trees. With Elysia's help, they navigated the narrow path, their hearts pounding with anticipation. The passage led them to an ancient library, filled with dusty manuscripts and leather-bound books with gold filigree on the covers. Lysandra felt a surge of excitement as she realized that this might be the place where she could find answers about her transformation and her true purpose in this world. As they delved deeper into the library, they found themselves surrounded by tomes filled with knowledge about powerful beings like them. They learned about the ancient academy where humanity had gathered in their final days, and how students like Elias, Zara, and Victor had evolved into fearsome beasts to survive the impending apocalypse. The more they read, the more Lysandra began to understand that her transformation was not an accident, but a deliberate act by someone powerful who sought to harness her power for their own gain. With this newfound knowledge, she felt a renewed sense of purpose and determination. She would uncover the truth about her past and confront those who had caused her to become a beast in a world where knowledge was power. Ascendant carnivorous librarian. As dawn broke, the air in the labyrinth grew thick with tension. The ascendant carnivorous librarians huddled around their makeshift campfire, tending to wounds and exchanging stories of past adventures. Lysandra sat apart, her eyes distant as she stared into the flames. "Lysandra," Elysia approached gently, "I know you're troubled. We all are." The librarian looked at her fellow beast, her gaze filled with a mixture of anger and sadness. "I can't shake this feeling that I don't belong here. That I was never meant to be a part of this world." Elysia placed a comforting hand on Lysandra's shoulder. "We all feel that way sometimes, but remember why we're here. We fight for survival and knowledge, just like you did as a librarian. You have strength within you, more than any of us. Don't let it go to waste." Lysandra sighed, turning her gaze back to the fire. "I know. I just wish I understood why I was chosen for this transformation." Elysia smiled faintly. "Perhaps our journey will reveal the answers we seek." The forest around them grew still as they continued their conversation, unaware that a group of armed guards were making their way through the winding corridors towards their campsite. Aldrich watched from a hidden vantage point, his eyes gleaming with determination. "We're getting closer to our goal," he whispered to himself. "Lysandra is mine." The guard leader stood by his side, nodding in agreement. "Yes, my lord. We'll capture her and bring her back to you." Aldrich sneered. "I want her alive, but if she resists..." "Well, let's just say her transformation was only the beginning." The guard leader nodded again, his face twisted into a cruel smile. As the morning wore on, the group prepared to leave their campsite and continue their journey deeper into the labyrinth. Suddenly, they heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Lysandra tensed, her senses alert. "They're here," she warned the others. "Prepare yourselves." The guard leader emerged from the trees, flanked by a dozen armed men. "Lysandra," he called out, "surrender yourself and the tome of ancient beasts." Aldrich demands it. Lysandra's eyes narrowed as she stood tall. I will never surrender to you or your master. I will fight for my freedom and for the knowledge within this tome. The guard leader sneered, raising his sword. Then we have no choice but to take it by force. As the skirmish began, Lysandra's newfound strength proved invaluable. She fought fiercely, her claws tearing through armor and flesh as her allies joined the battle. The guard leader roared with anger, striking at Lysandra with all his might, but she dodged his blows, her agility and speed outmatching even him. Alicia fought alongside Lysandra, her own transformation shining brightly as she wielded a makeshift staff against the armed guards. Zara and Elias held their ground, fending off attackers with steel weapons and ancient scrolls. In the chaos of battle, Lysandra managed to snatch the Tome of Ancient Beasts from the guard leader's grasp, her eyes gleaming with determination. With a powerful roar, she launched herself at him, knocking him back with a single blow. The armed guards hesitated for a moment, then retreated, knowing that they could not defeat such a formidable foe. As the dust settled and the battle ended, Lysandra stood victorious, the Tome of Ancient Beasts clutched tightly in her hands. We must leave, she said, her voice heavy with determination. Aldrich will not stop until he captures us. The group quickly gathered their belongings and set off deeper into the labyrinth, their hearts racing from the close call they had just experienced. Lysandra stared at the tome, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and excitement. She knew that it held the secrets to her transformation and the answers she sought, but she also knew that Aldrich would not give up so easily. As they ventured deeper into the labyrinth, Lysandra couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. The air grew thick with tension as they made their way through the winding corridors and hidden passageways. Little did they know, Aldrich was watching them from a distance, his eyes gleaming with determination. He would not rest until he had captured Lysandra and her allies, and claimed the Tome of Ancient Beasts for himself. The journey ahead was fraught with danger, but Lysandra's resolve only grew stronger. She knew that she had a purpose, and she would do whatever it took to uncover the truth about her transformation and protect the knowledge within the Tome of Ancient Beasts. The road ahead was long and filled with obstacles, but Lysandra and her allies pressed on, determined to face whatever challenges lay before them. As they ventured deeper into the labyrinth, Lysandra's newfound power continued to grow. She felt a strange connection to the ancient knowledge contained within the Tome of Ancient Beasts, and she knew that it was guiding her on their journey. The more she learned, the stronger she became, but she also knew that Aldrich would not give up his pursuit. One day, as they rested by a babbling brook, Lysandra's senses alerted her to something hidden in the woods nearby. She crept forward cautiously, her eyes scanning the shadows. As she approached, she discovered a small clearing surrounded by trees and another babbling brook. In the center of the clearing stood a makeshift campfire, and beside it lay a hidden chamber. Lysandra's heart raced as she approached, knowing that this could be the answer they sought. She cautiously entered the chamber, her eyes wide with awe as she saw the Tome of Ancient Beasts lying on a pedestal in the center of the room. As Lysandra reached for the tome, she felt a sudden surge of energy coursing through her body. She looked up and saw a figure standing in the shadows, watching her. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice echoing off the stone walls. The figure stepped forward into the light, revealing himself as an ancient librarian. "I am here to help you," he said, his voice filled with wisdom. "The Tome of Ancient Beasts has been guiding you on your journey, and I have been watching your progress. You are stronger than you know, Lysandra, and it is time for you to embrace your true destiny." Lysandra stared at the ancient librarian in disbelief. "My destiny?" she whispered. "What do you mean?" The ancient librarian smiled. "I mean that you have been chosen to become a key player in the balance of power within this realm. Your transformation was no accident, and your newfound power is meant to serve a greater purpose." Lysandra's mind raced as she absorbed this information. She had always felt out of place in the world, but now she knew that there was a reason for her existence. "What must I do?" she asked, determination burning in her eyes. The ancient librarian gestured to the Tome of Ancient Beasts. "Read it," he said. "It holds the answers you seek, and the power you need to fulfill your destiny." Lysandra nodded, reaching out to take the tome from its pedestal. As she touched it, a surge of energy coursed through her body once more, filling her with a sense of purpose and determination. She knew that the road ahead would be difficult, but she was ready to face whatever challenges lay before her. With renewed resolve, Lysandra and her allies continued their journey deeper into the labyrinth. They faced new dangers and obstacles at every turn, but they were united in their determination to uncover the truth about Lysandra's transformation and protect the knowledge within the Tome of Ancient Beasts. As they ventured deeper still, they discovered more hidden libraries filled with ancient knowledge and powerful artifacts. They battled against Aldrich's forces at every turn, but their numbers continued to grow as other beasts joined their cause. In the end, Lysandra and her allies faced off against Aldrich in a climactic battle for control of the Tome of Ancient Beasts. Lysandra's newfound power allowed her to hold her own against Aldrich, who was revealed to be a powerful sorcerer bent on harnessing the power of the ancient knowledge within the tome for his own gain. In the end, Lysandra and her allies emerged victorious, their determination and unity proving stronger than Aldrich's sorcery. The Tome of Ancient Beasts was safe once more, and Lysandra stood tall among her fellow beasts as a symbol of hope and resistance against those who sought to control the knowledge within it. As they looked out over the labyrinth, Lysandra smiled. She had come a long way since her transformation, but she knew that her journey was far from over. With the Tome of Ancient Beasts in their possession, they could continue to learn and grow, using the knowledge within it to protect themselves and others from those who sought to control them. Lysandra's eyes glinted with determination as she looked out over the labyrinth. She knew that Aldrich would not give up his pursuit, but she was ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. Together with her fellow beasts, she would continue to fight for survival and knowledge, using the power within the Tome of Ancient Beasts to protect themselves and others from those who sought to control them. As Lysandra and her allies crept through the labyrinthine corridors, they could feel the danger lurking nearby. The scent of blood filled the air, and a faint sound of claws scraping against stone echoed in the distance. Elysia hissed lowly, "They're close." Zara narrowed her eyes, gripping the makeshift staff tightly as they approached a clearing surrounded by trees and a babbling brook. A small campfire flickered weakly in the center, but it looked abandoned. Lysandra's heart raced as she scanned the area for any signs of movement. A low growl sounded from behind them, making Lysandra whirl around. Elysia and Zara readied themselves, poised to defend against an attack. But instead of enemies, they saw a fellow beast emerging from the shadows, a creature like them, but with fur as white as fresh snow, and eyes that glowed like embers in the darkness. "Greetings," the white beast spoke softly, its voice laced with a hint of relief. "I've been watching you for some time now." Lysandra swallowed hard, her heart still racing from the initial fear. Elysia and Zara exchanged cautious glances but held their ground. The white beast stepped closer to the fire, revealing a wounded leg that oozed fresh blood. "I've been chased by Aldrich's forces for days," it said, wincing as it shifted its weight. "They found my camp and left me for dead." Lysandra felt a flicker of sympathy for the injured creature. She approached slowly, offering a healing potion from her satchel. The white beast took it gratefully, its eyes filled with gratitude. "I'm Lysandra," she said, extending a hand despite the risk of revealing herself to another powerful being. "And this is Elysia and Zara." The white beast nodded, introducing itself as Seraphina. As they shared their stories around the campfire, it became clear that Aldrich's organization was after more beasts like them using their powers for nefarious purposes. Seraphina had fled from her own pursuers when she stumbled upon Lysandra's group, and now sought refuge with them. As dawn broke, the group decided to venture deeper into the labyrinth, hoping to find a way out while avoiding Aldrich's forces. They traveled through winding corridors, carefully navigating hidden passageways and evading patrols. Along the way, they discovered ancient manuscripts detailing the transformation of students into beasts, a secret curriculum meant to prepare them for survival in the impending apocalypse. As they reached a chamber filled with dusty books and scrolls, Lysandra's eyes caught sight of something glimmering among the clutter, a large leather-bound book with gold filigree on its cover. She approached cautiously, her heart pounding in anticipation. As she opened the book, she felt an electric surge coursing through her body. The tome of ancient beasts lay within her grasp. "This is it," Lysandra whispered, her voice filled with awe and fear. "The key to understanding my transformation." Zara stepped closer, studying the ancient text with curiosity. "What does it say?" she asked, glancing at Lysandra's face. Lysandra turned the pages slowly, reading aloud as they reached a passage about a prophesied beast who would lead others to safety and power in the dark times ahead. As she read the words, she felt a sudden clarity wash over her. This was her destiny, the reason for her transformation. But Aldrich's forces had not given up their pursuit. As they exited the chamber, they found themselves surrounded by armed guards, led by the guard leader from their previous encounter. Lysandra's heart raced as she prepared to defend herself and her allies against the attackers. The battle was fierce, with Lysandra using her newfound powers to hold them off while Zara and Alicia fought alongside her. But as the skirmish wore on, Aldrich himself appeared, his eyes filled with a cold determination that chilled Lysandra to the bone. "You've gone too far," he sneered, drawing a steel sword from his belt. "It's time you join me and my cause." The group fought valiantly, but they were outnumbered and outmatched. As Lysandra struggled against Aldrich, she felt her powers falter. The connection to the tome of ancient beasts was weakening. Desperate to protect it, she made a decision that would change everything. She sacrificed herself to save the tome from Aldrich's grasp. As Aldrich reached for the ancient book, Lysandra surged forward, her eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. With a roar that echoed through the labyrinthine corridors, she transformed into a fearsome beast, an even more powerful version of her former self. "I am no longer your pawn," she snarled, towering over Aldrich and his forces. "I am Lysandra, the ascendant carnivorous librarian." The guards recoiled in fear, their resolve crumbling beneath her fierce gaze. Aldrich stared up at her, his eyes wide with shock as he realized he had underestimated his opponent. He backed away slowly, retreating from the clearing as Lysandra and her allies watched him go. As the sun set on another day in the labyrinth, Lysandra felt a newfound strength course through her veins. She was no longer just a librarian transformed into a beast. She was a force to be reckoned with, destined to lead others to safety and power as the world fell apart around them. And though they knew their journey was far from over, Lysandra felt a new sense of hope. Together, they would uncover the truth about her transformation and protect the tome of ancient beasts from those who sought to control it for their own gain. As long as they stood united, nothing could stop them. But little did they know, Aldrich would not give up so easily. His thirst for power fueled his determination, driving him to devise new ways to capture Lysandra and claim the tome of ancient beasts for himself. The battle lines were drawn, and the race was on who would emerge victorious in the end. Ascendant carnivorous librarian, as the moon shone dimly through the winding corridors of the labyrinth, Lysandra and her allies moved silently, a makeshift torch illuminating their way. Alicia, who had grown to be an invaluable ally, stayed close to Lysandra, her eyes scanning for any sign of danger. "We should rest soon," whispered Zara, glancing over at the babbling brook they approached. "Our supplies are low, and we've been on the run for days." Lysandra nodded, knowing that Zara was right. They needed to find a safe spot to rest and replenish their resources before moving forward. As they reached a small clearing surrounded by trees and another babbling brook, Lysandra felt her newfound strength coursing through her veins. She could sense the presence of other beasts nearby, but she also felt an odd calmness wash over her. "We'll make camp here," she said, gesturing to the clearing. "But we should keep watch." The group nodded in agreement, and they quickly set up their makeshift campfire near a large, flat rock. Lysandra took a deep breath, feeling grateful for her allies, and the small moment of peace they found amidst their dangerous journey. But as she closed her eyes to rest, she knew that their pursuit by Aldrich's organization would continue. The next morning, they awoke to the sound of rustling leaves. Lysandra sensed something was off, and she tensed, her senses heightened. She could feel the presence of multiple beasts and humans as well. Elijah and Zara moved quietly, readying their weapons. "They found us," whispered Zara, her eyes narrowing. "Let's take them down." Lysandra nodded, feeling a surge of adrenaline. She stood up, revealing herself to the armed guards who had surrounded their camp. They were led by the guard leader, a formidable opponent with a hardened face and cold eyes. "We didn't want it to come to this," he said, raising his sword. "But you left us no choice." The battle was fierce, but Lysandra and her allies fought valiantly. They managed to hold off the guards until Alicia spotted a hidden passageway in the trees nearby. She signaled for them to retreat, and they moved swiftly, disappearing into the labyrinthine woods. "They'll be back," panted Zara, catching her breath as they ran. "We need to find that library you spoke of." Lysandra nodded, feeling a sense of determination wash over her. She knew that the Tome of Ancient Beasts held secrets about her transformation and the organization that had brought it upon her, and she was determined to uncover those secrets, no matter what dangers lay ahead. They moved deeper into the labyrinth, following Alicia's lead as she navigated the winding corridors with ease. Lysandra marveled at the ancient books and scrolls that lined the walls, feeling a strange sense of familiarity wash over her. She could feel the knowledge contained within them, calling out to her like a siren's song. "The library is just up ahead," whispered Alicia, stopping suddenly as they rounded a corner. "But be careful." Lysandra's heart pounded in her chest as she saw the hidden library looming before them. It was larger than any other space they had encountered within the labyrinth, filled with dusty books and scrolls that seemed to stretch on endlessly. As they entered, Lysandra felt a wave of magic wash over her, filling her with both fear and wonder. "This is where it all started," she whispered, her eyes wide with awe. "The organization that transformed me. They were once students here." Zara nodded, her gaze scanning the room as they moved deeper into the library. They soon stumbled upon another chamber filled with more books and scrolls, this one containing ancient texts about the transformation of students into beasts. Lysandra felt a sense of dread wash over her as she read prophecies about a powerful beast that would lead others to safety in dark times. This is me," she breathed, feeling tears prick at the corners of her eyes. "I was meant for this." Zara put a comforting hand on Lysandra's shoulder. "We'll find the answers you seek," she said gently. "But we must be careful." As they continued to search the library, they found more prophecies and ancient texts about the transformation process. Lysandra felt her heart race as she read about the different stages of their evolution and the power that came with each stage. She knew that if they could find a way to control her transformations, they might be able to outsmart Aldrich's organization once and for all. But their search was cut short when they heard the sound of heavy footsteps approaching. Lysandra's senses told her that it was Aldrich and his men, closing in on them once again. She knew they had to act quickly if they wanted to survive. "We have to move," she whispered urgently. "They're nearly upon us." The group moved as silently as possible, weaving their way through the labyrinthine corridors. They could hear Aldrich's voice echoing through the passages, his cold laughter ringing in their ears. Lysandra felt her anger rising as she thought of all that he had taken from her peace, her humanity, and now, her sanctuary within the library. "I won't let him win," she muttered, feeling a surge of determination wash over her. Not this time. They moved faster, their hearts pounding in their chests as they raced through the labyrinth. Lysandra could feel her strength growing with each step, her newfound power coursing through her veins. She knew that she was becoming stronger, more powerful, and that she would do whatever it took to protect the tome of ancient beasts and uncover the truth about her transformation. As they neared their camp by a babbling brook, Lysandra felt a strange sense of calm wash over her. She knew that Aldrich's organization was relentless, but she also felt certain that they would find a way to outsmart them. They reached the clearing, finding their makeshift campfire still burning brightly. "We made it," panted Zara, collapsing onto the ground as Lysandra and Elysia secured their weapons. Lysandra nodded, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. They had survived another day, and they were one step closer to uncovering the truth about her transformation. But she knew that their battle was far from over. Aldrich would not give up easily, and she would have to be ready for whatever came next. As the moon rose high in the sky, Lysandra sat near the babbling brook, watching as the water flowed gently over the rocks. She closed her eyes, feeling a sense of peace wash over her. She was the ascendant carnivorous librarian now, and she would do whatever it took to protect those she loved and uncover the truth about her transformation. A cold wind swept through the labyrinthine woods, carrying with it whispers of danger. Lysandra stood tall and proud, her fur shimmering under the flickering light of the makeshift campfire. Elysia sat nearby, tending to a wound on her arm. The group had found refuge in a small clearing surrounded by trees and a babbling brook, but they knew their reprieve would be short-lived. "Are you all right?" Lysandra asked Elysia as she inspected the wound. Elysia nodded. "It's just a scratch." A sudden rustling in the bushes nearby caused everyone to tense up. Zara stood up, her eyes scanning the woods warily. "Guards," she growled softly. "They must have followed us here." The group extinguished their campfire quickly, leaving only embers and ashes behind. Lysandra took charge. "We need to move fast. The woods are our best cover now." As they ran deeper into the labyrinthine woods, their pursuers closed in, their footsteps loud and relentless. Elysia looked back over her shoulder at Lysandra. "You're stronger now. We stand a better chance with you on our side." Lysandra gritted her teeth. "I won't let them take the tome or harm any of us." The group reached another clearing surrounded by trees and a babbling brook. Elysia pointed toward a hidden passageway. "That way." They followed her through the dense underbrush, their pursuers growing louder behind them. Lysandra transformed into her beast form, roaring as she charged towards the armed guards. A powerful blast of energy erupted from her mouth, sending several guards flying back. The remaining guards retreated, fear etched on their faces. "We have to keep moving," Elysia urged. "Aldrich won't give up." The group continued through the winding corridors, their hearts pounding in their chests as they evaded pursuit. Lysandra felt a strange connection to the labyrinth itself, as if it were guiding her deeper into its heart. "We're getting closer," she murmured. "I can feel it." The group arrived at another clearing surrounded by trees and another babbling brook. In the center of the clearing stood a small wooden structure. Lysandra stepped forward, a sense of destiny filling her. "This is where we've been led," she said, reaching out to touch the ancient door. "The tome of ancient beasts waits for us here." As they entered the hidden chamber, they found themselves surrounded by dusty books and scrolls. Elysia approached a large leather-bound book with gold filigree on its cover. "The tome," she breathed. "This must be it." Lysandra looked at the book, feeling a surge of power coursing through her veins. She knew that they had found something truly special, something that could change their lives forever. But she also knew that Aldrich would stop at nothing to get his hands on it. "We have to protect this," she declared. "Aldrich's organization will do anything to take it from us." The group huddled together around the tome, their eyes filled with determination. They had come too far to let Aldrich claim victory now. Together, they would uncover the truth about Lysandra's transformation and bring balance back to their world. A sudden loud crash echoed through the chamber, alerting them to the presence of Aldrich's forces outside. The group braced themselves, ready for battle. "We won't let them take it," Lysandra roared, her voice resonating with power. Not this time. The battle that ensued was fierce and brutal, but in the end, they emerged victorious. Aldrich's forces retreated, leaving them to continue their quest for knowledge within the hidden library. Lysandra looked down at the tome of ancient beasts, her heart swelling with pride and determination. She knew that this was only the beginning, but she also felt a renewed sense of hope. With the tome in their possession, they could change the course of history and ensure the survival of their world. "We must be cautious," Alicia warned. "Aldrich will not give up." Lysandra nodded, her eyes filled with resolve. She knew that the road ahead would be long and treacherous, but she was ready to face whatever challenges lay before them. Together, they would uncover the secrets of their world and bring balance back to the realm of knowledge and power. The group left the hidden library behind, venturing deeper into the labyrinth as they continued their journey. Lysandra felt a connection to the ancient knowledge contained within the tome, feeling a strange sense of purpose as she carried it with her. The labyrinth seemed to guide them, leading them towards a future filled with hope and potential. Ascendant carnivorous librarian, a sense of relief washed over Lysandra as she sat by the babbling brook, her fur still wet from their recent battle against Aldrich's forces. Elijah and Elias were tending to their wounds nearby, while Zara stood guard. Seraphina had disappeared in pursuit of a lead on another hidden library within the labyrinth. "Lysandra," Alicia called out, her voice laced with concern. "Are you all right?" Lysandra turned to face her fellow beast, her eyes filled with determination. "I am healing faster than before. We need to find Seraphina and the hidden library." She gestured towards the direction of the woods. "The tome of ancient beasts might hold answers about my transformation." Alicia nodded, her expression grim. "We'll split up. I'll stay here and keep watch while you search for Seraphina and the hidden library with Elias." As Lysandra set off into the woods, she couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. She tried to push it aside, focusing instead on finding their missing companion and the ancient knowledge they sought. After a while, they came across another clearing surrounded by trees and another babbling brook. In the distance, Lysandra could see a small clearing surrounded by trees and another babbling brook, where Seraphina was kneeling next to a makeshift campfire. As they approached, she turned to face them. "I found something," she said, her voice tinged with excitement. Another hidden chamber within the labyrinth. Lysandra's heart raced at the prospect of uncovering more secrets. "Lead the way," she said, following Seraphina into the woods. The group ventured deeper into the labyrinthine woods, their progress slowed by the dense foliage and winding corridors. They stumbled upon another clearing surrounded by trees and a babbling brook, where they found the entrance to a hidden chamber. As they entered, they were met with dusty books and scrolls lining the walls. In the center of the room lay a large leather-bound book with gold filigree on its cover, the Tome of Ancient Beasts. Lysandra's heart pounded as she approached it, her eyes scanning the intricate designs etched into its surface. With a trembling hand, she picked up the tome and opened it, revealing pages filled with ancient knowledge about beasts like herself. As they delved deeper into the chamber, they heard the distant sound of footsteps echoing through the labyrinthine corridors. Lysandra's eyes widened as she realized that Aldrich's forces had tracked them down. The group quickly made their way back to the hidden passageway leading out of the chamber, knowing they had little time before being overwhelmed by Aldrich's pursuers. With the Tome of Ancient Beasts in hand, Lysandra felt a renewed sense of purpose. She knew that the knowledge it contained could help them defend themselves against Aldrich and his organization. But first, they needed to escape the labyrinth and find a safe place to study its contents. As they made their way through the winding corridors, Lysandra couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. They emerged from another passageway into a small clearing surrounded by trees and a babbling brook, where they found their makeshift campfire still burning. Elysia and Elias had returned to join Serafina, who shared her discovery of another hidden library within the labyrinth. Lysandra's eyes gleamed with determination as she looked at the tome of ancient beasts in her hands. "We must keep moving," she said resolutely. "Aldrich's forces will be upon us soon, and we cannot let them capture this tome." The moon hung low in the sky, casting eerie shadows upon the labyrinthine corridors that twisted and turned around them. Elysia led the way through the winding passages, her keen senses guiding them to avoid any potential threats lurking within the dark labyrinth. Lysandra clutched the tome of ancient beasts close to her chest, feeling its weight and power as a constant reminder of their mission. As they ventured deeper into the labyrinth, they came upon a small clearing surrounded by trees and a babbling brook. The group paused for a moment, allowing Elias to scout ahead and ensure it was safe to continue. He returned with a nod, confirming that they were alone. "I believe this might be a hidden library," Elysia murmured, her eyes scanning the rows of ancient tomes lining the walls. "The books here appear older than any we've seen before." Serafina stepped forward, running her fingers gently over the spines of the leather-bound books, with gold filigree on their covers. "This must be where they keep the most valuable knowledge," she said thoughtfully. "I wonder if it will contain any information about my own transformation." Lysandra felt a pang of jealousy at the prospect, but quickly banished it. Now was not the time for petty emotions. They needed to focus on their shared goal: finding answers and learning how to control their powers. As they delved deeper into the library, they stumbled upon a hidden chamber where the tome of ancient beasts lay waiting. The group exchanged excited glances as they approached it cautiously. Lysandra reached out tentatively, her fingers brushing against the golden filigree cover. "The knowledge within this tome could change everything," she whispered, a sense of purpose washing over her. "But we must be careful. Aldrich's forces will stop at nothing to get their hands on it." Elysia nodded gravely. "We can't let them win." "Let's see what secrets this chamber holds." The group entered the hidden library, their hearts pounding with anticipation and fear. The room was filled with dusty books and scrolls, some of which looked centuries old. They spent hours poring over ancient manuscripts, learning about the history of beasts and the power they wielded within this world. As the night wore on, Lysandra felt a growing sense of unease. She couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching them. Every creak in the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside sent her heart racing with fear. "We should get moving," Elias finally said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I think we've learned what we came here for." The group gathered their things and made their way back through the labyrinth, determined to reach their camp as quickly as possible. As they emerged into the clearing where they had originally found Serafina, Lysandra felt her heart sink when she saw a group of armed guards approaching from the woods. "They must have been following us," Elysia hissed, pulling out a makeshift torch. "We need to get moving." The group took off, weaving through the winding corridors in an attempt to lose their pursuers. They could hear the guards closing in behind them, their footsteps heavy and relentless. Lysandra felt her muscles tensing, her claws itching to be unleashed. She knew that if they were caught, Aldrich would stop at nothing to take the tome of ancient beasts from them. "We have to fight," she shouted, transforming into a fearsome beast as the guards closed in. "We won't let them take it." The battle was fierce, with Lysandra and her allies holding their own against the armed guards. But they were outnumbered, and eventually, one of the guards struck Elias down. The group regrouped, knowing that they couldn't afford to lose any more members. "We need to find a way out," Serafina cried out, her eyes wide with fear. "They're going to kill us if we don't." Elysia nodded and led them through a hidden passageway, hoping it would lead them to safety. They ran for what felt like hours, their hearts pounding in their chests as they desperately tried to escape the clutches of Aldrich's forces. Finally, they reached another clearing surrounded by trees and a babbling brook. Lysandra let out a sigh of relief, feeling grateful that they had made it this far. But as she looked up, she saw more guards approaching from the woods. This time, there were even more than before. "We can't fight them all," Elias said grimly, his voice tinged with exhaustion. "We need to find a way to escape." Serafina's eyes narrowed as she stared at the approaching guards, her face set in a determined expression. "I have an idea," she whispered, pulling out a small leather-bound book with gold filigree on its cover. "This might be our only chance." As the guards closed in, Lysandra felt a surge of fear and determination wash over her. She knew that they would have to fight if they wanted to survive. But she also knew that the Tome of Ancient Beasts held secrets that could help them win this battle. With a roar, Lysandra transformed once more, standing tall and fierce as the guards approached. They fought with all their strength, determined not to let Aldrich's forces take control of the Tome of Ancient Beasts, and though they were outnumbered, they refused to back down. The battle raged on, with Lysandra and her allies holding their own against the armed guards. But as the sun began to rise, they saw an opportunity to escape. Serafina cast a spell, creating a distraction that allowed them to slip away unnoticed. "We have to keep moving," Alicia said urgently, leading the group through the labyrinthine woods. "Aldrich will never stop hunting us." The group moved quickly and silently, their hearts heavy with the weight of what they had lost. But Lysandra felt a renewed sense of purpose within her. She knew that they had to keep moving forward, no matter what obstacles stood in their way. Ascendant carnivorous librarian, the babbling brook nearby, provided a soothing soundtrack as Lysandra and Alicia tended to Elias's wounded arm by the makeshift campfire. Serafina sat sentry, ever watchful for signs of danger. The group had been traveling through winding corridors and small clearings surrounded by trees for what felt like hours, their journey fraught with tension and worry. Alicia's eyes flickered between the campfire and the surrounding woods, her senses keen on alert. "I don't trust them," she murmured, referring to Aldrich's organization. "They will never stop hunting us." Lysandra frowned, staring at Elias's arm wrapped in healing herbs and bandages. "We can't let that stop us from learning what this tome holds. We need it to understand our true nature and find a way to control these changes." Elias sighed, wincing as he shifted on the mossy ground. "I wish I could be of more help, but I still feel weakened by the wounds from the last battle." Serafina leaned against a tree nearby, her gaze never straying far from the woods. "We'll rest here for now," she said, a determined glint in her eye. "But we must keep moving. We can't afford to stay too long in one place with Aldrich's forces on our trail." As the night wore on, they discussed their plans and strategies for evading their pursuers. Lysandra shared what little she had learned from the tome so far, that there were ancient rituals that could help them harness their newfound powers without succumbing to their primal instincts. The others listened intently, eager to learn more about these ancient secrets. With daybreak approaching, they decided it was time to move on. Lysandra, with her keen senses, detected a faint hum emanating from deeper within the labyrinth. "I think I found something," she said excitedly. "Follow me." They followed Lysandra through hidden passageways and dusty chambers filled with books and scrolls, their hearts racing as they ventured further into the unknown. The hum grew louder until it led them to another clearing surrounded by trees and a babbling brook, and there, nestled within a small grove, lay the hidden library that Lysandra had sensed earlier. As they entered the library, they were awestruck by its grandeur. Ancient manuscripts lined every wall, their pages yellowed with age, and golden filigree tomes adorned the shelves. Lysandra's eyes widened as she spotted a large leather-bound book with gold filigree on its cover among the countless books, the Tome of Ancient Beasts. "This must be it," she whispered, her hands trembling slightly as she approached the tome, "the key to understanding our powers." Alicia and Elias exchanged nervous glances. "What do we do now?" Alicia asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Lysandra's eyes never left the tome. "We read it," she said firmly. "Together. We must learn everything it has to teach us. They gathered around the ancient book, their hearts pounding with anticipation and fear as they opened it to the first page. The air grew heavy, charged with an energy that seemed almost alive. They could feel the weight of the knowledge contained within the pages pressing down on them, a testament to the power and wisdom held by the tome of ancient beasts. As they began reading, the world around them seemed to shift and distort, the labyrinth blurring into a swirling vortex of memories and secrets. They delved deeper into the book's contents, each page revealing more about their true nature as beasts, their origins, their purpose, and the hidden truth behind their transformations. The hours passed as they immersed themselves in the tome's teachings, learning about ancient rituals that could help them control their powers and avoid becoming consumed by their primal instincts. They also discovered a prophecy that foretold a great battle between the beasts and Aldrich's organization, a war that would determine the fate of their world. As they finished reading, Lysandra closed the tome with a sense of determination burning in her heart. "We have much to do," she said, her voice filled with resolve. "We must prepare for the coming battle and find a way to defeat Aldrich and his organization." Alicia nodded solemnly. "We'll need allies if we hope to succeed," she said, glancing back at the tome. "Perhaps there are others like us out there, fighting against Aldrich's forces. We can only hope," Elias replied, his voice heavy with emotion. "But for now, we must rest and regain our strength before we face whatever challenges lie ahead." With renewed determination, they settled down near the babbling brook to rest and heal. As they drifted off to sleep, they knew that their journey had only just begun and that they would have to face many trials and tribulations if they hoped to uncover the truth about their transformations and save their world from Aldrich's grasp. As Lysandra sat by their makeshift campfire, she tended to Elias' wounds with healing potions and herbs. The others shared stories of their past lives as humans, adding layers to their bond. Alicia revealed her own struggles in the labyrinth and how she came to be a beast. "I was once a scholar like many others," Alicia began, "but when I stumbled upon knowledge about our transformation, I was captured by Aldrich's force. They experimented on me until I became what I am now." Her eyes glistened with tears as she recalled the pain of her past. "But you survived," Lysandra said softly, placing a comforting hand on Alicia's arm. "And now you help us. You are strong." Elias looked at Lysandra, his eyes filled with gratitude and awe. "Thank you for everything, Lysandra. I never thought I'd find such friends in this world." The group huddled around the campfire, their shared stories building trust and camaraderie. Suddenly they heard rustling in the woods nearby. Lysandra tensed, her senses heightened. "Guards," she whispered urgently. As the guards approached the campsite, Lysandra, Elysia, Serafina, and Elias quickly extinguished their campfire and hid among the trees. The guard leader called out to them, revealing that Aldrich was offering a bounty on Lysandra's head. "We have no choice but to fight," Lysandra said grimly, gripping her makeshift staff tightly. "Elias, stay here and keep the camp hidden." She turned to Elysia, Serafina, and the others. "Follow me." The group navigated through winding corridors, evading pursuing guards until they reached a small clearing surrounded by trees and a babbling brook. Lysandra led them to another chamber, where she revealed an ancient scroll that showed a hidden passageway leading deeper into the labyrinth. "This could be our way out," she said, her voice filled with hope. "But we must move quickly." The group ventured forth, their hearts pounding as they followed the passageways deeper into the heart of the labyrinth. They encountered more guards along the way, but managed to fight them off, using their combined skills and strengths to overcome the odds. Finally, they reached a hidden chamber where the tome of ancient beasts lay waiting. Lysandra's eyes lit up with determination as she grasped its leather-bound cover. "We have come so far," she said, her voice echoing through the chamber. "But our journey has only just begun." As they left the hidden library, they heard Aldrich's forces approaching. Lysandra and Alicia stood side by side, their eyes locked on the approaching guards. "We will not go down without a fight," Lysandra declared, her voice strong and resolute. The battle was fierce, but with their newfound knowledge from the tome of ancient beasts and their growing bond as a team, they managed to fend off Aldrich's forces. In the end, only the guard leader remained standing, defeated and broken. "You fight like beasts," he said, his voice heavy with exhaustion. "But I will not let you escape." With a final surge of strength, he drew his sword and charged at Lysandra. As the guard lunged toward her, Lysandra raised her makeshift staff, ready to defend herself. But before he could strike, Elysia stepped in front of Lysandra, taking the blow meant for her instead. The group rushed forward, helping Elysia fend off the guard leader, eventually overpowering him and subduing him. "You have grown strong," Elysia said to Lysandra as they stood victorious. "But we must not rest yet." Lysandra looked at the unconscious god leader and the tome of ancient beasts in her hands. She knew their journey was far from over, but she also felt a newfound sense of purpose and determination. "We will continue to uncover the truth," Lysandra said firmly. "And we will protect each other every step of the way." Ascendant carnivorous librarian, the labyrinthine corridors echoed with the distant clash of steel on steel as Lysandra led her allies through a narrow passageway. They had fought off Aldrich's forces once again, but their relentless pursuit never ceased. "We must find refuge," gasped Elias, clutching his side where a shallow wound still throbbed from the last skirmish. Elysia limped beside him, her once mighty form now weakened by the blow she had taken for Lysandra during their latest battle. "We can't rest until we reach the hidden library," she whispered hoarsely. The group pushed onward, guided by a small leather-bound book with gold filigree that held clues to the labyrinth's heart. The corridors twisted and turned, the air growing colder as they delved deeper into the ancient structure. Finally, they came upon a clearing surrounded by trees and a babbling brook, a perfect place for rest. They gathered around their makeshift campfire, tending to their wounds while Elysia crafted healing potions from the herbs they had collected along the way. As they rested, Lysandra opened the leather-bound book, revealing a passage about the tome of ancient beasts, hidden within the labyrinth. "This may be our only chance to learn more about my transformation," she said softly. Elysia nodded gravely. "We'll find it together." The following day dawned gray and foreboding as they continued their journey. The labyrinthine corridors seemed to grow darker, the air thick with an ominous energy that seemed almost alive. Suddenly, a group of armed guards rounded a corner, their weapons glinting menacingly in the dim light. Lysandra's heart raced as she prepared for battle, her newfound strength surging through her veins. "Form up," she called to her allies, and together they stood ready to face the oncoming threat. The guards charged, their weapons flashing as they closed the distance between them. But Lysandra and her companions held their ground, their makeshift staffs and torches lighting the battlefield with flickering light. The fight was fierce, but in the end, it was Lysandra's strength that proved decisive. With a mighty roar, she charged forward, her transformed body tearing through the guards like a tempest. When the dust settled, only one guard remained, kneeling before them, defeated and humbled. "You won't find me so easily," Lysandra growled as she approached the fallen foe. "Tell Aldrich that we will not be stopped." The guard nodded silently, his fear palpable as he was left to retreat back into the labyrinth. The group continued onward, their resolve stronger than ever. They knew the true danger lay ahead, the confrontation with Aldrich himself. But for now, they had won a small victory against his forces. As they ventured deeper into the labyrinth, they stumbled upon another clearing surrounded by trees and another babbling brook. In the center stood a small clearing surrounded by trees, and within it lay a hidden passageway. "This must be the way," Lysandra said, her heart racing with anticipation. "The tome of ancient beasts is closer than ever." With renewed determination, they entered the passageway, their journey leading them into the heart of the labyrinth and toward their destiny. As they delved deeper, They knew that every step brought them closer to the truth about Lysandra's transformation and to the ultimate battle against Aldrich and his organization. The air grew colder as they entered the hidden chamber, the dusty books and scrolls lining its walls, seeming almost ancient beyond belief. In the center of the room lay a large leather-bound book, with gold filigree on its cover, the Tome of Ancient Beasts. Lysandra approached the tome, her heart pounding in her chest as she reached out to touch it. She could feel the power coursing through her veins, a sense of purpose that had been missing since her transformation. "We've found it," Elisa whispered, tears glistening in her eyes. "The key to understanding your transformation." Together they opened the book, their eyes widening as they read its ancient words. They knew that what lay before them would change their lives and the fate of the realm forever. As they delved deeper into the tome's secrets, they discovered that Lysandra had been chosen for her power, her transformation part of a larger plan to balance the scales within the realm. The information was overwhelming, but it also brought hope that they could stand against Aldrich and his organization and secure a better future for themselves and those who followed in their footsteps. But as they prepared to leave the chamber, they were ambushed by a group of Aldrich's guards. A fierce battle ensued, the air filled with the clash of steel on steel and the roars of transformed beasts. In the end, it was Lysandra who emerged victorious, her newfound strength and determination proving more than a match for Aldrich's forces. They were forced to retreat, leaving Lysandra and her allies to claim the Tome of Ancient Beasts as their own. With the knowledge contained within the tome, they knew that they now stood on the brink of greatness. Their transformation was not an end, but a beginning. Together, they would face Aldrich and his organization, ready to bring balance to the realm and secure a better future for all who followed in their footsteps. The morning sun filtered through the trees, casting dappled light onto the makeshift campfire. Lysandra, Elysia, Zara, Elias, and Seraphina sat around the fire, their weary faces reflecting the weariness of a long journey. The Tome of Ancient Beasts lay on a flat rock next to them, its cover glinting in the morning light. "We must move quickly," Lysandra said, her voice strong and determined. "Aldrich's forces are closing in." Elisha nodded, studying the tome's ancient pages. "I think I have a way to bypass some of the labyrinth's defenses. We should follow this passageway it describes." "Lead the way," Lysandra replied, standing up and stretching her muscles. She picked up the tome and secured it beneath her cloak. They made their way through the winding corridors of the labyrinth, Elisha leading the group with a careful eye for hidden traps and pitfalls. As they ventured deeper, the air grew thicker and more oppressive, the silence broken only by the distant sound of water trickling nearby. Suddenly, a series of loud crashes echoed through the passageways, followed by the sound of armed guards shouting. Lysandra tensed, her senses on high alert. "Aldrich's forces," Zara growled, readying her weapon. "They must have found our trail." Elias swore under his breath as they hurried through the corridors, their footsteps echoing off the walls. They rounded a corner and stumbled upon a small clearing surrounded by trees and another babbling brook. A group of armed guards, led by the guard leader, stood at the far end of the clearing, their weapons at the ready. Lysandra's eyes narrowed, her muscles coiled with tension. "We must take them out quickly." She raised her staff, a low growl rumbling in her chest. Alicia nodded, her face set in determination. "Let's do this," she said, readying her weapon as well. Zara and Elias stood side by side, their faces grim as they prepared for battle. Seraphina clung tightly to Lysandra's arm, her eyes wide with fear. With a roar, Lysandra charged forward, her staff crackling with energy as she slammed it into the ground. The earth beneath the guards shook and crumbled, sending them stumbling back in surprise. Elysia and Zara struck with precision, their weapons flashing through the air as they took down the first wave of guards. The guard leader raised his weapon, his eyes narrowing as he focused on Lysandra. "You will not escape," he shouted, charging forward with a snarl. Lysandra met him head-on, her staff glowing brighter as she parried his blows. The air crackled with energy as they traded blows, the ground shaking beneath their feet. Elias and Zara fought off the remaining guards, their weapons slicing through the air with deadly precision. Lysandra's staff flashed once more, striking the guard leader across the chest with a deafening crack. He stumbled back, his armor smoking from the impact. With a final, crushing blow, Lysandra sent him crashing to the ground, unconscious but alive. "We must move," she panted, glancing over at her allies. "Aldrich's forces are relentless." With renewed determination, they continued through the labyrinth, their path lit by flickering makeshift torches. They found themselves in another clearing surrounded by trees and a babbling brook. The tome of ancient beasts still clutched beneath Lysandra's cloak. "We made it," Alicia breathed, collapsing onto a fallen log. "But we can't rest long. We need to find the hidden library before Aldrich's forces catch up." Lysandra nodded, her eyes scanning the clearing. "I sense something here. Another passageway." She followed it, her allies close behind her. They emerged into a chamber filled with dusty books and scrolls, their spines crumbling as they moved through the room. Lysandra's heart raced as she recognized the symbols etched onto the walls. They were in the hidden library. "We found it," she whispered, her voice filled with awe. "The key to unlocking our true potential." Alicia smiled, her eyes shining with determination. "Then let's not waste any more time. We have a war to win." Ascendant carnivorous librarian, the labyrinthine corridors stretched out before them like a maze of shadows and whispers. Lysandra could feel the power of the ancient books and scrolls that lined the walls, their dusty pages shimmering with untapped knowledge. She knew they were close to discovering something significant, but her heart pounded in her chest as the echoes of footsteps grew louder behind them. "We must hurry," Alicia urged, glancing back at the passageway they had just traversed. "Aldrich's forces are gaining ground." Zara gritted her teeth, clutching the makeshift staff in her hand as she scanned the dimly lit corridors for any signs of danger. Elias and Serafina huddled together near a babbling brook, their faces drawn with worry. Lysandra could sense their fear, but her own heart raced with anticipation. She felt an irresistible pull toward the heart of the labyrinth, and she knew that they were close to the hidden library. The group moved cautiously, their footsteps silent as they navigated the winding corridors. Lysandra could feel her newfound strength coursing through her veins, and she marveled at how far she had come since her transformation began. She glanced over at Alicia, who met her gaze with a nod of understanding. Together, they were more than just allies. They were bound by their shared experiences and the secrets that lay within the labyrinth. As they reached another clearing surrounded by trees and a babbling brook, Lysandra's senses sharpened. She could sense a presence nearby, hidden within the shadows. Without warning, the group was ambushed by a group of armed guards led by the guard leader. The battle was fierce, with Lysandra and Alicia using their newfound powers to defend themselves against the assault. Zara fought valiantly, her makeshift staff crackling with energy as she parried blow after blow from the guards. Elias and Serafina held their ground, casting healing spells and shielding their companions from harm. Lysandra felt a surge of anger and determination as she battled the guard leader, her claws slashing through his armor as if it were little more than paper. With a final burst of strength, Lysandra knocked the guard leader to the ground, pinning him beneath her massive form. The other guards hesitated for a moment before fleeing into the darkness. Lysandra felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her, but she knew that they had to push onward if they were to find the hidden library and uncover the truth about her transformation. "We must rest," Elias said, his voice heavy with relief. "But we cannot stay here for long. Aldrich's forces are closing in." Lysandra nodded, allowing herself a brief moment of respite by the babbling brook as she healed her wounds and regained her strength. As they continued their journey through the labyrinth, she couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. She knew that Aldrich would not give up his pursuit so easily, and she steeled herself for the battles to come. The group eventually found themselves in a small clearing surrounded by trees, where they made camp by a babbling brook. They huddled around their makeshift fire, sharing stories and healing potions as they waited for dawn to break. Lysandra watched the flames dance in the darkness, her mind racing with thoughts of the battles they had faced and the challenges that lay ahead. As the first light of day broke, Lysandra felt a strange presence nearby. She turned to find Alicia standing at the edge of the clearing, staring intently into the woods. "I sense something," she said quietly. "Something powerful." Lysandra's heart raced as she followed Alicia's gaze into the woods. They could see a faint glimmer of light in the distance, illuminating a hidden passageway that led deeper into the labyrinth. With renewed determination, they set out to find the source of the light and uncover the secrets that awaited them within the heart of the labyrinth. As they followed the passageway, Lysandra couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement and trepidation. She knew that they were closer than ever to discovering the truth about her transformation, but she also knew that Aldrich's forces would stop at nothing to capture them and harness their power for themselves. The passageway led them through twisting corridors filled with dusty books and scrolls, their pages whispering secrets as they passed by. They eventually came across another chamber, this one filled with even more ancient texts than the others they had encountered. Lysandra felt a strange energy radiating from the books and scrolls, and she knew that they were on the right path. "This is it," Elisa whispered, her voice barely audible as she approached a particular book that seemed to hum with power. The Tome of Ancient Beasts. Lysandra's eyes widened as she gazed upon the ancient leather-bound book, with gold filigree on its cover. She could feel the weight of history in her hands, the secrets of the labyrinth and the truth about her transformation lying within its pages. As they turned to leave, however, they were confronted by a figure cloaked in shadows who blocked their path. "You will not take that book," the figure said, his voice like the sound of wind through dry leaves. "It is forbidden." Lysandra's heart raced as she braced herself for battle, her claws bared and ready. But before they could engage in combat, a sudden burst of light filled the chamber, revealing Seraphina standing at the entrance with a handful of healing herbs and potions. "Let them pass," she said, her voice calm and commanding. The figure hesitated for a moment before stepping aside, allowing Lysandra and her allies to enter the hidden library. As they crossed the threshold, Lysandra felt a wave of awe wash over her, as she took in the sight of thousands upon thousands of books and scrolls lining the walls. She knew that this was the place where their destinies would be decided, and she steeled herself for the challenges that lay ahead. As they delved deeper into the library, Lysandra could feel her connection to the ancient knowledge growing stronger. She felt a strange sense of belonging, as if she had always been meant to find this place. But she also knew that Aldrich's forces would not rest until they captured the Tome of Ancient Beasts and harnessed its power for themselves. The group spent days within the hidden library, poring over ancient manuscripts and scrolls as they sought answers to their questions. Lysandra could feel herself growing stronger with each passing day, her newfound powers growing more powerful with each new secret she uncovered. But she also knew that time was running out. Aldrich's forces would not rest until they captured the Tome of Ancient Beasts and harnessed its power for themselves. One day, as Lysandra sat hunched over an ancient scroll, she felt a sudden surge of energy coursing through her veins. She looked up to find Alicia standing over her, a look of concern on her face. "Something's happening," Alicia said, her voice barely audible. Lysandra could feel it too. The air was charged with electricity, and she knew that something momentous was about to occur. As they made their way through the labyrinthine corridors, they found themselves in another clearing surrounded by trees and a babbling brook. In the center of the clearing stood a makeshift campfire, and as they approached, they could see figures huddled around it, their faces illuminated by its flickering light. As Lysandra and her allies drew closer, she could see that the figures were none other than Aldrich and his organization's top leaders. She felt a wave of rage wash over her as she realized that they had been lured into a trap. But she also knew that this was their chance to strike back against those who sought to control them. "We will not go down without a fight," Lysandra growled, her claws bared and ready for battle. "You can't have the tome of ancient beasts." Aldrich sneered at her, his eyes cold and calculating. "I've been waiting for this moment for a long time," he said, pulling a steel weapon from his belt. "Your powers are mine now, beast." The battle that ensued was fierce and brutal, with Lysandra and her allies fighting tooth and nail against Aldrich and his organization's forces. But they held their ground, their newfound powers allowing them to push back against the onslaught. As the battle raged on, however, Lysandra could feel herself growing weaker, the energy coursing through her veins beginning to wane. In a desperate bid for victory, Lysandra summoned every ounce of strength she had left and lunged at Aldrich, her claws slashing through his armor as if it were little more than paper. With a final cry of defiance, she knocked him to the ground, the tome of ancient beasts clutched in her hand. As the dust settled, Lysandra could see that they had won the battle, but at a great cost. Elysia lay injured on the ground, and several members of their group were missing. Lysandra knew that they would need to regroup and rest before continuing their journey through the labyrinth, but she also knew that Aldrich's forces would not give up so easily. As they tended to their wounds and buried their fallen comrades, Lysandra felt a strange sense of calm wash over her. She had come a long way since her transformation began, and she knew that this was only the beginning of her journey. With the tome of ancient beasts in hand, she knew that they would be able to uncover the truth about her transformation, and perhaps find a way to defeat Aldrich once and for all. But as they set out once more into the labyrinth, Lysandra couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. She knew that Aldrich's forces would not rest until they captured the tome of ancient beasts and harnessed its power for themselves, and she steeled herself for the challenges that lay ahead. The sun dipped below the horizon as twilight enveloped the small clearing surrounded by trees and a babbling brook. The group huddled around their makeshift campfire, tending to their wounds and exchanging stories of past battles and shared memories. Lysandra's eyes glimmered with determination, knowing that they were closer than ever to uncovering the truth about her transformation and Aldrich's organization. Elysia, her fur matted and torn from the recent battle, winced as she shifted awkwardly. Zara's gaze was steady, her focus unwavering. Elias looked lost in thought, a pained expression etched across his features. Seraphina, ever stoic, tended to their wounds with practiced hands. A sudden rustling in the woods caught their attention, and everyone froze. A figure cloaked in shadows emerged from the trees, blocking their path. Lysandra's heart raced as she prepared for another battle, but the figure spoke in a voice that carried an air of authority. "I am the guard leader," it said. "Aldrich sent me to deliver a message." Lysandra narrowed her eyes, knowing all too well who Aldrich was. What could he possibly want now? She demanded, her voice cold and hard. The guard leader pulled back his hood, revealing a grizzled face with deep lines etched into it from years of service. He looked weary but firm, his gaze never faltering. "Aldrich is offering you a chance to surrender peacefully," he said. "He promises that if you return the tome of ancient beasts and submit to his will, he will spare your lives." Lysandra snorted derisively. "I'll never bow to Aldrich or any other tyrant," she growled. "Our quest is far from over, and I won't stop until we uncover the truth about my transformation and bring justice to those who have wronged us." The guard leader sighed heavily. "It doesn't have to be this way," he said, his voice tinged with regret. "Aldrich is a powerful man, but he's also blinded by greed and ambition. He'd rather destroy the world than see it slip through his fingers." Zara stepped forward, her eyes flashing dangerously. "We won't let that happen," she said. "We'll fight him every step of the way." The guard leader nodded grimly. "I understand your resolve, but I must warn you. Aldrich is not an enemy to be underestimated. He will stop at nothing to claim what he desires, and his forces grow stronger each day." If you continue on this path, you'll find yourself facing ever more dangerous obstacles. Lysandra stood tall, her eyes blazing with defiance. We are prepared for whatever comes our way, she declared. I've come too far to turn back now. The guard leader nodded slowly. Very well, he said. Aldrich will be expecting you soon. Be careful. His forces are relentless, and they won't hesitate to kill you if given the chance. With that, the guard leader turned and disappeared back into the woods, leaving the group alone once more. They huddled around the campfire, their conversation growing quiet as they pondered their next move. Lysandra knew that time was running out, and they needed to find the hidden library within the labyrinth before Aldrich's forces could catch up with them. As the night wore on, the group prepared for another day of traversing the dangerous labyrinthine corridors. They packed their makeshift supplies, a few healing potions, some herbs, and their makeshift torches, and set off into the woods, determined to uncover the secrets that lay hidden within the heart of the ancient library. The journey was long and arduous, with winding corridors and narrow passages that seemed to stretch on for miles. They encountered armed guards several times throughout the day, engaging in fierce skirmishes that tested their strength and willpower. Lysandra's beast form grew stronger with each battle, her newfound power surging through her veins as she fought tooth and claw against Aldrich's forces. As twilight approached once more, they stumbled upon a small clearing surrounded by trees and another babbling brook. Exhausted from the day's battles, they decided to make camp for the night, knowing they needed rest if they were to continue their quest. They tended to their wounds and shared stories of past battles as they huddled around their makeshift fire, the crackling flames casting dancing shadows across their faces. Lysandra's thoughts drifted back to Aldrich and his organization, her anger burning hot within her. She knew that he was a formidable adversary, but she refused to give in to fear or despair. She would fight for justice, for the truth about her transformation, and for the future of their world. As the night grew darker, Lysandra's eyes glimmered with determination, and her resolve hardened. No matter what lay ahead, she knew that she wouldn't back down, not even from Aldrich himself. The battle was far from over, but she would see it through to the end, no matter the cost. With renewed strength and purpose, Lysandra and her allies set off once more into the heart of the labyrinth, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them. They knew that Aldrich's forces were closing in, but they refused to be intimidated. Instead, they pressed onward, driven by a single goal: uncovering the truth about Lysandra's transformation and bringing justice to those who sought to control her power. Ascendant carnivorous librarian, the sun had barely risen when Lysandra's ears twitched to the sound of distant footsteps, echoing through the labyrinth's winding corridors. She glanced over at Alicia, who was tending to her wounds by the babbling brook. Zara stood guard, eyes scanning their surroundings with a fierce determination etched into her expression. "Zara," Lysandra whispered, "check the perimeter." Her fellow beast nodded and disappeared into the trees, leaving Alicia and Elias at the makeshift campfire. As they shared stories of their past lives, Lysandra stood near the water's edge, her senses straining for any sign of danger. "They are coming," she warned softly, her eyes narrowing as she detected a group of armed guards approaching from the north. The babbling brook offered them some cover, but it wouldn't last long. Alicia and Elias exchanged worried glances before grabbing their weapons and preparing to defend themselves. As the guard leader emerged from the trees, Lysandra stepped out of the bushes, her fists clenched and muscles tensed. The guard leader raised his sword in salute. "I bear a message from Aldrich," he said gruffly. "He offers you peace, if you surrender the tome of ancient beasts and submit to his will." Lysandra stared at him for a moment before scoffing. "Aldrich can rot in his own hell. We won't give up our freedom for his twisted ambitions." The guard leader nodded grimly. "As you wish. I warn you, the next time we meet, it will not be so peaceful." With that, he turned and retreated back into the woods, leaving a small group of guards in his wake. "We cannot stay here much longer," Lysandra said as she returned to the campfire. They'll be back with more men soon. Alicia nodded in agreement. I suggest we find shelter within the library. We can rest, heal, and plan our next move. Agreed, Elias added. But we must be careful. The labyrinth is vast, and who knows what other dangers lurk within its depths. As they set off deeper into the woods, Lysandra couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every rustling leaf, every creaking branch seemed to hold a hidden enemy waiting for their moment to strike. They moved cautiously through the winding corridors, their senses heightened as they searched for safety. As Lysandra and her allies huddled around their makeshift campfire in a small clearing surrounded by trees and a babbling brook, Elisa whispered urgently to Zara, "We should keep watch tonight. I sense something amiss." Zara nodded, her eyes scanning the shadows cautiously. Elias, who had been nursing his wounds from their recent skirmish with Aldrich's forces, took a deep breath and stared into the flames, contemplating their situation. "We cannot stay here long," he muttered. "Aldrich's men are closing in." Lysandra's eyes flickered up from her scroll, which held clues to the labyrinth's heart. "We must continue our search for the tome of ancient beasts. I sense it is close by. But we cannot let our guard down." Alicia nodded in agreement, and the group prepared themselves for a long night. As darkness settled upon them, they remained vigilant, listening intently for any signs of danger. Hours passed uneventfully until Alicia's senses alerted her to movement nearby. "Someone approaches," she whispered, her eyes narrowing as she focused on the sound. The group tensed, ready to defend themselves should trouble arise. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in shadows stepped out from behind a tree, revealing itself to be a guard leader from Aldrich's organization. "I bring you an offer from Aldrich," he said, his voice low and menacing. "Surrender the tome of ancient beasts and submit to his will, or prepare for a bloody battle against his forces." Lysandra stared at the guard leader, her eyes burning with determination. "We will never surrender. We'll fight until our last breath to protect the tome and preserve what little freedom remains in this world." The guard leader let out a cold laugh. "You are foolish if you think you can resist Aldrich for long. Your power is too great to ignore. Sooner or later, you will be caught and forced to serve his purposes." Before they could respond, the babbling brook nearby erupted with a surge of water, sending a wave crashing toward them. Alicia and Zara quickly pushed Elias out of harm's way, but Lysandra was knocked off balance and knocked unconscious by the force of the water. The guard leader watched her fall, then turned to the remaining trio with a smirk. "She is mine now," he said, disappearing back into the shadows from whence he came. Zara and Alicia exchanged worried glances as they rushed to Lysandra's side, helping her up and checking for injuries. Elias looked on grimly, his heart heavy with worry for his friends and the fate of their quest. "We have to find a way to get her back," Zara said urgently. "If we lose her now, we might as well surrender." Alicia nodded, her eyes flashing with determination. "We'll follow the guard leader's trail. If he has taken Lysandra, we will reclaim her and continue our journey together." The group gathered their belongings and set off into the woods, following the babbling brook as it wound its way deeper into the heart of the labyrinth. They knew they had little time to rest, for Aldrich's forces were closing in on them, and they needed to act quickly if they hoped to save Lysandra and uncover the truth behind her transformation. As they ventured further into the labyrinthine woods, they encountered hidden passageways and winding corridors that seemed to twist and turn endlessly. They followed the trail of the guard leader, sensing his presence growing stronger as they went. Finally, they arrived at a small clearing surrounded by trees and another babbling brook, where they found Lysandra tied up near a makeshift campfire. The sight of their missing comrade brought newfound determination to Elias, Zara, and Alicia. They approached cautiously, weapons ready, as Aldrich's forces stood guard around the perimeter of the clearing. "Let her go," Zara called out. "We'll surrender peacefully if you release Lysandra." The guard leader stepped forward from the shadows, a wicked smile on his face. "I'm afraid that won't be possible," he said, crossing his arms over his chest. Lysandra is now property of Aldrich, and she will serve him well in his quest for power. Elias growled low in his throat, readying himself for battle. We'll have to take her back by force then. The guard leader laughed cruelly. I knew you would say that. Very well, let the games begin. With a roar, Elias charged at the guard leader, followed closely by Zara and Elysia. The battle was fierce and brutal, with both sides suffering losses as they fought for control of the clearing. Lysandra watched helplessly from her bonds, her heart heavy with fear and despair. Finally, as the tide of battle seemed to turn against them, Elias managed to disarm the guard leader and snatch the key from around his neck that would unlock Lysandra's restraints. With a fierce cry, he freed her, and together they fought their way through Aldrich's forces, making their escape into the labyrinthine corridors beyond. As they fled deeper into the heart of the labyrinth, Lysandra clung to Elias, her heart racing with adrenaline and relief. We must keep moving, she panted. They'll be coming after us. Alicia nodded grimly, her eyes scanning the shadows for any signs of pursuit. We have to find the Tome of Ancient Beasts and put an end to Aldrich once and for all. Zara gritted her teeth, determination burning in her eyes. We'll never stop until we bring justice to those who seek to control us. Together, they pressed onward into the depths of the labyrinth, their spirits buoyed by their newfound unity and resolve. They knew the road ahead would be long and fraught with danger, but they were determined to see it through to the end, no matter the cost. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the labyrinth, they encountered hidden chambers filled with dusty books and scrolls, each one holding secrets that could help them in their quest. They found makeshift torches and healing potions, which they used to guide their way through the winding corridors and narrow passages. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they arrived at a hidden library within the labyrinth. The ancient tomes and scrolls that lined its shelves seemed to call out to them, beckoning them closer. Lysandra approached one in particular, her heart racing with excitement as she realized it was the Tome of Ancient Beasts she had been searching for. Together, they pored over the pages of the tome, learning the secrets of their transformations and the ancient history of beasts like themselves. They discovered that their transformations were not a random occurrence, but rather part of a grand design by the creators of the labyrinth. As they read on, they uncovered hidden truths about Aldrich and his organization, learning that they had been manipulating events from behind the scenes for centuries, seeking to control the power of the beasts for their own nefarious purposes. With this newfound knowledge, they knew they could not let Aldrich succeed in his quest. They steeled themselves for the final battle against him and his forces, determined to bring an end to his reign of terror once and for all. As they prepared for war, Lysandra, Elias, Zara, and Elysia knew that their lives would never be the same. The labyrinth had changed them, transforming them into something greater than they ever possible. They were no longer just humans. They were now powerful beasts, destined to shape the course of history in the world where knowledge was power. And so, with hearts full of courage and determination, they set out to confront Aldrich and his forces one last time, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead and secure their place in the annals of history as heroes who fought for justice and freedom against all odds. Ascendant carnivorous librarian, in the heart of the labyrinth, Lysandra stood tall, her body glowing with an ethereal light. Elysia and Zara flanked her on either side, ready for battle against the armed guards sent by Aldrich's organization. The sound of metal clashing filled the air, as they fought relentlessly to protect the Tome of Ancient Beasts. Aldrich watched from afar, seething with anger and frustration. He knew that if he did not obtain the ancient tome, his power would dwindle, and his organization's reign over the realm would crumble. Sending wave after wave of guards, Aldrich pressed forward, determined to claim victory. In a small clearing surrounded by trees and a babbling brook, Lysandra, Elysia, and Zara paused for a moment to catch their breath. "We must press on," Lysandra said sternly, her voice echoing through the labyrinth. The Tome of Ancient Beasts holds secrets that will help us evolve and ensure our survival. As they ventured deeper into the winding corridors and narrow passages within the labyrinthine library, they encountered a figure cloaked in shadows who blocked their path. Lysandra bared her teeth, ready to attack, but the mysterious figure stepped forward, revealing himself as Seraphina, an ally from a rival organization seeking to stop Aldrich's reign of terror. Seraphina offered them a chance for alliance and promised his assistance in defeating Aldrich once and for all. Together, they devised a plan to outmaneuver Aldrich's forces and reach the hidden library where the Tome of Ancient Beasts lay waiting. As they moved through the labyrinth, they encountered more guards, but their numbers dwindled as Seraphina used his cunning and knowledge of the labyrinth to lead them on a path that would ultimately bring them closer to their goal. Finally, after navigating hidden passageways and chambers filled with dusty books and scrolls, they reached their destination, a secret library within the heart of the labyrinth. The Tome of Ancient Beasts lay on a pedestal, its golden filigree glinting in the dim light. With a sense of determination and purpose, Lysandra stepped forward to claim the tome, her newfound powers surging through her body. As she touched the ancient leather-bound book, she felt an overwhelming surge of knowledge and power flow into her. The secrets of the labyrinth's creators, their intentions, and the truth behind her transformation. Inside the labyrinth, Lysandra's group moved cautiously through winding corridors and narrow passages, guided by the dim light of their makeshift torches. They had traveled far since entering the ancient library, and were now closer to reaching the heart of the labyrinth, where the hidden library lay waiting. As they ventured deeper, Lysandra's senses sharpened, alerting her to the presence of others lurking in the shadows. She exchanged a knowing glance with Elysia, who nodded subtly, confirming that she too had sensed something off about their surroundings. Suddenly, a group of armed guards appeared from a hidden passageway, blocking their path. The guard leader, a seasoned warrior with battle scars marring his face, stepped forward, his eyes locked onto Lysandra. "Hand over the tome," he demanded, brandishing his sword. Elysia and Zara tensed, preparing for a fight as Seraphina pulled out her makeshift staff, ready to defend their group. Lysandra hesitated, feeling the weight of the guard leader's gaze on her. She knew they were running low on healing potions and her powers were still unstable. "I have no intention of fighting," she called out, holding up the Tome of Ancient Beasts as a symbol of peace. "We seek only knowledge and to restore balance." The guard leader sneered, taking a step closer. "You think I believe that?" he asked, his tone dripping with disdain. "Aldrich will have your heads for this. Hand over the tome now or prepare to die." As the guard leader advanced, Lysandra felt her patience wearing thin. She had endured enough hardships and was not about to let these guards stand in her way any longer. With a sudden burst of strength, she transformed into her beast form, roaring defiantly. The transformation sent shockwaves through the guards, causing them to stumble back. Elysia and Zara moved in unison, launching attacks on the unprepared guards. Seraphina took advantage of the chaos to cast a spell that enveloped the corridor in blinding light, further disorienting their attackers. The battle was fierce and brutal, but the group managed to emerge victorious, albeit battered and bruised. As they caught their breaths, Lysandra felt a sense of pride wash over her for standing up against Aldrich's forces. They had come too far to let fear dictate their actions now. With renewed determination, they pressed onward, moving deeper into the labyrinthine library in search of answers and the path to restoring balance. The Tome of Ancient Beasts was within their grasp, and they would not let anything stand in their way. As the group continued through the winding corridors, they stumbled upon a small clearing surrounded by trees and a babbling brook. They took a moment to rest, tending to their wounds with healing potions and herbs. Lysandra felt a strange sense of peace wash over her as she looked out at the serene scene before them. It was then that a figure cloaked in shadows stepped out from behind a tree, blocking their path. "You will not reach the heart of the labyrinth," it said, its voice cold and menacing. Lysandra's eyes narrowed as she recognized the figure. It was someone from Aldrich's organization. "What do you want?" she demanded, her beast form standing tall and defiant. The cloaked figure paused for a moment before speaking. "Aldrich offers you peace," it said. "Surrender the tome of ancient beasts to him willingly, and he will spare your lives." Lysandra scoffed, her eyes never leaving the figure. "I've faced enough hardships at Aldrich's hands," she said. "I won't let him control me or the knowledge I seek." The cloaked figure tilted its head slightly, a hint of annoyance in its voice. "Then prepare for a final confrontation," it said before disappearing back into the shadows from which it came. Lysandra turned to her group, her eyes burning with determination. "We've come too far to give up now," she said. "We will face Aldrich and his organization head-on and restore balance to our world." Ascendant carnivorous librarian, the echoes of battle still lingered in the air as Lysandra, Elysia, Zara, Elias, Seraphina, and their allies huddled around the crackling fire, tending to wounds and healing potions. The labyrinth lay quiet, save for the distant babble of brooks that weaved through the woods like silver ribbons. "We can't stay here," said Lysandra, her voice low but firm. "Aldrich's forces will be back." Alicia nodded, her eyes flickering with determination. "We need to find a place where they won't find us so easily. Somewhere safe." Zara examined the small clearing surrounded by trees and a babbling brook they had made their temporary camp, considering their options. "There's a hidden passageway nearby that might lead us deeper into the labyrinth," she said, pointing towards a winding corridor further up the hill. With a sense of urgency, the group quickly gathered their belongings and began to follow Zara through the narrow passages within the labyrinthine library. The walls were lined with dusty books and scrolls, casting eerie shadows that danced on the group as they moved deeper into the heart of the ancient library. As they delved further into the labyrinth, the whispers of their pursuers seemed to grow louder, urging them to hurry. In a small clearing surrounded by trees and another babbling brook, they found what appeared to be a hidden chamber filled with more dusty books and scrolls. "This could be our sanctuary," said Elias, his eyes scanning the room for any signs of danger. "But we must be cautious." Lysandra nodded, her heart racing as she sensed the power emanating from the shelves. Among the ancient tomes, she spotted a leather-bound book with gold filigree on its cover. As she reached out to touch it, the room seemed to shimmer and change around them. A hidden door appeared, revealing an even more secretive part of the library. The group stepped into the chamber, their eyes widening in awe as they beheld the tome of ancient beasts lying on a pedestal at the center of the room. The tome pulsed with power, its golden filigree seeming to glow with an inner light. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the passageways. Lysandra and her allies turned to face the incoming threat, a group of armed guards led by a guard leader from Aldrich's organization. "You are surrounded," said the guard leader, his voice cold and menacing. "Surrender the tome, and we will spare your lives." Lysandra narrowed her eyes, her claws digging into the hilt of her makeshift staff. "We won't let you take it," she growled, her transformation beginning to take hold. "This is our destiny." The guard leader sneered, drawing his sword and leading his men forward. The air crackled with tension as Lysandra and her allies prepared for the final battle against Aldrich's forces. As they fought, they felt a surge of power coursing through them, fueled by the tome of ancient beasts. In the end, it was Lysandra who dealt the decisive blow, her transformation reaching its peak as she roared with a fury that shook the very foundations of the labyrinth. The god leader fell to his knees, defeated, and Aldrich's forces retreated. Lysandra turned to her allies, her eyes filled with determination. "The balance is shifting," she said, her voice echoing through the stillness of the library. "We must use this power wisely." With a final glance at the tome of ancient beasts, Lysandra and her allies stepped out of the hidden chamber and into another clearing surrounded by trees. There they found a figure cloaked in shadows who blocked their path. "You have fought well," said the figure, its voice deep and mysterious. "But your journey has only just begun." As Lysandra looked up at the hooded stranger, she felt a sense of peace wash over her, knowing that she had taken the first step towards restoring balance to the realm and fulfilling her destiny as a fearsome beast. The figure disappeared into the winding corridors of the labyrinth, leaving behind an air of mystery and wonder. As night descended upon them, the group huddled around their makeshift campfire within a small clearing surrounded by trees and a babbling brook. Lysandra's transformation had granted her immense strength, but she still struggled to control her newfound hunger and fearsome appearance. She sat beside Alicia, who had become an unlikely ally on this treacherous journey through the labyrinthine library. "I never thought I would find myself in a place like this," Lysandra murmured, gazing into the flickering flames. "Transformed into a beast. It's all so surreal." Alicia reached out and gently took her hand, offering comfort. "We are not alone, Lysandra. Together, we will face whatever comes our way." The group shared a moment of silence before they resumed their discussion about the Tome of Ancient Beasts and its secrets. As they delved deeper into the text, it became clear that this was more than just an ordinary book. It held the key to unlocking their true potential as beasts. "I believe I've found something," Elias announced, breaking the silence. He held out a small leather-bound book with gold filigree on its cover. "This may contain clues about the labyrinth's heart." Lysandra took the book from him and flipped through its pages, her eyes widening in surprise as she read aloud. "The heart of the labyrinth lies where knowledge meets power, a place where ancient secrets are revealed. Seek out the hidden library within its depths and unlock your true potential." A sudden rustle in the bushes nearby broke their concentration, causing everyone to tense up. They quickly extinguished their campfire and prepared for battle. A group of armed guards emerged from the shadows, led by a guard leader clad in dark armor. "Surrender your book, or face the consequences," the guard leader growled menacingly. Lysandra and her allies stood ready to defend themselves against Aldrich's forces. The skirmish was fierce, but the group held their ground, using their combined powers to fend off their attackers. In the end, they emerged victorious, leaving the defeated guards scattered in the woods. "We must press on," Lysandra declared, clutching the golden filigree book tightly. "The labyrinth awaits us." With renewed determination, they continued their journey deeper into the winding corridors and narrow passages within the labyrinthine library. As they ventured further, they encountered more challenges and obstacles, but their resolve never wavered. They were on a quest to uncover the truth about Lysandra's transformation and restore balance to the realm. In a hidden chamber filled with dusty books and scrolls, they discovered another clue that led them to the heart of the labyrinth. "Seek out the sanctuary within the library, where ancient knowledge awaits those who dare to seek it." Alicia's eyes lit up as she read aloud. "It seems we are getting closer," she said excitedly. As they entered a small clearing surrounded by trees and another babbling brook, a figure cloaked in shadows appeared before them, blocking their path. Lysandra felt a shiver run down her spine. Who or what was this mysterious entity that stood between them and the heart of the labyrinth?